Kia ora and good morning, everyone. Thank you today. Obviously looking forward to hearing. I'd just like to welcome you to the Council meeting of 12th of November 2024. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest exit. We have exits here, and we meet across the road, or either down that way or that way. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and one speaker at a time for clarity. And I ask everyone to please turn off their mobile phones. Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Baker to start us off with a karakia, please?
Mauri o rei te whare. Tautoko ana i ngā mihi, ko whāriki hia I tēnei ata, koutou o tō tātou nei o hāpori, kua rawi ka mai nei roto I tēnei whare, koutou mā e kōrero ana I te ata nei, anau mai kake mai ki roto I tēnei o ngā kaupapa, ma nei rā mātou ngā taringa whakarongo. Ka whai whakaaro hoki I tēnei wā ki o tātou ma te hoki, ka rere ana ngā roimata kia koro bom, ko ia te ika awhiro, te morehu whakamutunga o te ropurua te kaumāwaru. Mai kore ko rātou katoa, e kore ko tātou, no reira, me mihi ana ki aia me ona mahi, ka whai whakaaro ana ki tōna whānau hoki. So just before I break into karakia, I also wanted to extend a welcome to the members, to our community who are here this morning and those that are presenting, but also to share a moment for Koro Bom. So Koro Bom was the last survivor of the 28th Māori Battalion who passed away recently. A huge loss, but also more importantly, just a poignant reminder for all of us to take time to consider those. You know, some of them would have been aunties and uncles, would have been our grandparents and so on. And the sacrifice that they made for, the freedom and joy that we get to experience in Aotearoa. Anō hoki ki te whānau mita I tēnei wā. So, on that note, I'll open us up with a karakia and we'll get about our day. Me inoi tātou. Ki mihi te pō rangahaua te ao kia I o rangi, kia I o whenua, kei ngā mata o te ariki. Kei mata nuku, kei mata rangi, kei reira koe tāne te waiora. Ko ngā maungaru, ko ngā awa para whenua, rere uta ki tai ki tangaroa. Ko koe ko au, ko tāua nei, whiti au, whiti ora, haramai te toki, aumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Councillor Baker. I'd just like to call for any apologies. Obviously we've got Makari Sydney still on a leave of absence. Can I therefore call for a mover? Councillor Schooler, Councillor Baker, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That motion is carried. I'd just like to make a comment. Obviously, Memorial Park is something that is on the agenda. We potentially won't cover most of the report until Thursday, depending on how today goes, but we do have a lot of speakers, which I'd just like to thank the community for coming out and giving us their views. I'd also like to thank the community that took part in the survey. We were very pleased to have over 5,200 respondents to that survey. That is a really good gauge of engagement, and it has given us a lot of information that we can take into account as we make decisions on the centre. But I'd like today to start with inviting Susie Edmonds to come forward and speak to us around the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre. Susie, you'll have 5 minutes to talk, and then we will open to any questions from the floor. And if you could just push the button to turn on your microphone. Thank you.
Where it says talk. Talk?
Yep.
Right. Right. I have tried my hardest to make this 5 minutes, and I don't think I go over very much. I don't do 6. So I'd like to start off by saying thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it. Firstly, I'd like to say how I agree with elected members about positively moving forward. All of us want progress in Tauranga City. Having said this, elected members need to ensure positive forward agendas have robust scrutiny. The tail has been wagging the dog far too long in Tauranga City Council. I am very alarmed at the misinformation our community and the commissioners have endured regarding the Memorial Park Recreation Hub and the planned closure of Otamotai swimming pool. The misinformation regarding these plans is, in my view, outrageous. Of course, we need to grow aquatics in Tauranga. However, need to do it in a sustainable and honest manner. It is totally wrong for council to manipulate or mislead the community. We arranged for the Otamotai swimming pool a community meeting for the 20th of February 2024. Once this became public, the council contacted me asking if council could take part. There are several of their in-house emails that discussed their strategy on how to deal with me. In mid-January, Amanda Lowry, Glenn Crowther, who's a councillor here, I understand, and I attended a meeting at council's Spaces and Places. We were basically told that the decision to close the Otamotai pool was made by commissioners and nothing could be done about it. My firm response was, we're here to save the Otamotai pool, and I'm still here today to do that. The Council and Bay Venues Limited attended the community meeting and did a presentation. Also at the meeting, the issue of the QET2 building scheduled for demolition was raised. A Bay Venues staff member told the community of 150 people that the QET building was to be demolished as a result of being full of asbestos. It is not. Every councillor here needs to read the asbestos report done mid-2019, and I've sent that to you. How the asbestos fear narrative became a thing in Bay Venues Council and the community, I will never know. After we exposed the emotive asbestos narrative, it changed to earthquake risk. This needs thorough investigation too. In lab tests for the specific areas for asbestos, the lab found no asbestos was detected. Asbestos detected on site was reported as low risk. How can the council mislead us so much? I have had an asbestos specialist review the report who told me there's nothing to see here. Bay Venues chairman and CEO wrote a letter to Tauranga CEO in August 2022, over a year before the long-term plan submissions. It stated, quote, "It is important that we get the new Memorial Park facility under construction as soon as possible to replace the 2 end-of-life swimming facilities." They'd already made up their mind, and that tail-wagging dog was in full swing. Bay Venues submissions provided commissioners an 8-year-old OPIS report on the Otamotai pool condition. By the way, there are no geotech issues written in that report, yet Commissioner Selwood said at our public meeting the pool had significant geotech issues. No geotech report was ever done. So who spun that narrative to commissioners? The obvious spin and the OPIS report was totally misleading to the commissioners in March 2024. After the public meeting was held, a new OPIS WPS report was commissioned by council. It was a copy and pasted version in part and of the previous report, however, did show the maintenance, the repairs and the upgrades. I couldn't believe the contrast. I've spoken to a few pool specialists who are aghast at TCC's lack of due diligence. I understand the pool demolition is alive in the LTP still.
That's 5 minutes, sorry.
I've got 30 seconds. The Memorial Park Recreation Hub has not been done properly. I have sent all the information to councillors. We need real leadership by the elected members to lead this, not the CCO or the TCC staff wagging your tails. I apologise if staff feel attacked. However, the poor process, misinformation, predetermined outcomes and lack of detailed assessments of reports is a matter of record. From exposing the facts, the bullying I've received from staff is disgraceful. The truth must prevail and those finding it must not be bullied by council. 5 minutes isn't long enough to give you all the information. It's up to you now to get the truth and lead in honour. I'm happy to assist you busy people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susie. I'd just like to just address the Otomoto poll. While the previous governance may have made a decision, that is still very much on the table around a decision, and as my understanding is, we have a geotech report coming to us shortly, and then we have to consider what it requires to upgrade before we make a decision on that. So
yes, and I understand all that. Having said that, I have been told that it's still being talked that the pool will be closing in 5 years.
Well, that's a decision for council, so that will be dealt with. Is there any other questions from elected members? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm interested in your view, Susie, on the linkage between the Automotive Pool and the Memorial Pool. What's your perception? You've dealt with hundreds of people in the community. What's your assessment of whether the Automotive community links those two issues and whether they're being linked or not by bay venues?
Definitely at the public meeting, it was that it was heard by a number of people, we're not against a new aquatic centre. And neither am I, and neither should anybody be, because we're a growing city. But what has come back from the community is that we need to keep Otomoto Pool. But where is the link? The link is in this, that Bay Venues Limited had, and there's a lot more information that I can give you on this, had a determination to get a really wonderful complex at Memorial Pool with a cafe and a gym and all of these things, and it was grandiose. And for all of the people that I've spoken to who work in this pool industry, have said that the pricing and the whole process, because they've seen it with me, has been just out the gate. And so I think that the council have to look at where Memorial Park and Otomoto are two separate entities here and should be addressed separately. They were pulled together by Bay Venues because of the financial loss, I guess. But remember that these facilities are supported by ratepayers. And so, no, we're not against Memorial, or we're not against a new aquatic centre, but the geotech reports for Memorial Park, the cost to do it is out the gate, considered in comparison to other centres throughout New Zealand. Does that answer your question enough? I'm not good at answering questions.
That's fine.
Thank you, Susie. I think again, just to address that, and that's why we have re-looked at Memorial Pool, and we'll be making decisions in the next few days. But we agree around the initial budgets, and that's why we've had a look. And obviously been able to reduce those quite significantly to where we're looking.
The demolition of the QE2 centre needs looking at, because I would like to see it apparently now has seismic issues, which is why it is being demolished. But I'd like to see, has there been any costing about repairing it? Because in the reports that I have read, and I have no specialist information, I have gleaned that it could have been repaired at quite a lot lower cost than rebuilding it. And the other thing I would like to say about the use by date, I've been told that pools can be 100 and 120 years old and in very, very good, kept and maintained in very, very good condition. And so I have a quote from somebody to repair the Otomoto pool, and it's nothing like we've been told, nothing. And so, and being past your use by date at 50 means I need to stop talking now.
Thank you, Susie. I'd now like to call for Duncan Pearce from Sport Bay of Plenty, please. Again, you'll have 5 minutes followed by questions. Thank you.
Morena koutou. I am not Duncan Pearce. I am Larissa Cuff from Sport Bay of Plenty. I'm one of the General Managers Partnerships. I'll let these guys introduce themselves.
And morena tātou, I am Duncan Pearce from Sport Bay of Plenty, Space and Places Team Leader.
Kia ora tātou, Nick Chambers, General Manager Sport and Recreation at Sport Bay of Plenty.
We do have a written submission, and my intention today is to summarise that quickly and allow for question time. Talking to Memorial Park Aquatic Centre, we'd just like to commend Council that Memorial Park Aquatic Centre is still on the table, and the current proposed plans in LTP are promising in terms of the play, active rec and sports sector. Just to summarise our submission, we really want to reinforce the invaluable role that physical activity plays in supporting community wellbeing, and aquatic facilities and centres are part of that. We encourage Council to continue with the investment into the aquatic centre, as the facility is identified as a high priority project in the 2024 Bay of Plenty Spaces and Places strategy. The strategy identifies facility requirements across our region that will meet critical current and future community needs and support long-term engagement in sport, active recreation and play. We recommend Council does not proceed with plans for a 50-metre pool. Sport Bay of Plenty's preferred option is multiple pools of varying sizes to allow for a more dedicated spaces for different activities. That point is reinforced by two key insights or evidence, one being the feasibility study and case for multiple pools from the 2020 Memorial Park Recreation Hub feasibility study. The key conclusion there was that the Tauranga's aquatic network has insufficient leisure provision for the majority of the aquatic users, supporting our recommendation of multiple pools. We'd also like to lean on the National Aquatics Facility Strategy conducted by Sport New Zealand. This also supports our recommendation of multiple pools of varying uses. The priority and focus over the 15 years of the aquatic strategy is on increasing community level supply through facilities that are more participant-centred, inclusive, environmentally sustainable, affordable, and critically more accessible for aquatic play and recreation, which is where, through the community consultation and the feasibility study and through the consultation with the National Aquatic Study, is showing where the need is. I should have checked my watch, hey? I also just want to, thank you, I just want to reinforce as well that Sport New Zealand have put in a written submission supporting the same recommendation, not to proceed with a 50-metre pool, but to consider the need for multiple pools of various sizes and for various uses. Is there anything to add? No? Happy to, that was a short, succinct summary, but hopefully helpful. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes,
Councillor Taylor.
Other than the fact that you're looking for multiple pools, is there any other reason why we wouldn't have a 50-metre pool in addition to multiple other pools?
Yes, I'll lean on the submission so I make sure that I get that right. So according to the strategy, although there can be a need for 50-metre pools nationally, and that is to meet more of an international or national competition level and to a lesser degree high performance training, it's just not the case for community needs, particularly in Tauranga, which is what our community have said that we want. The Sport NZ submission as well has a detailed outline which I won't read out, but it support for a 25-metre pool as opposed to a 50-metre pool would be really helpful. So one page there, and then also a table with a cost analysis. So a reference that you should have that document through council staff. Yep.
What about two 25-metre pools? Is that advantage?
It is if there's not a bulkhead in the middle.
Councillor Crowler.
Do you have any, can you offer any clarity then on, like I've been aware for the last couple of years about the view of national organisations around this, but other councils have gone to their communities and found sort of similar to what our survey has found, which is 50-metre pool is quite appealing to people for whatever reason. You know, might not be for good reason, who knows, but people like it. But more importantly, some councils have sort of done their sort of homework, well, I think was the word one councillor used to me, elsewhere in the country, and they've got to the point of view where they say, right, we want to build a 50-metre pool, and that's happened, you know, in a number of North Island locations, and they've gone against what the national organisation has said, and they've said, in some cases, the ones that I'm aware of, they've said they don't regret it, they think it was a good decision. I'm just wondering if you have any insight into why there is this disparity between, you know, local communities, councils on the one hand, and then the nationwide and potentially regional organisations who are actually specialists in the areas of the sports they represent.
Okay, I can start. Yeah, it's a great question. Oh, apologies. Yeah, it's a good question. There has been an increased number of 50-metre pools, particularly in the North Island, as you mentioned. I think fundamentally from Sport NZ, for example, as a national entity, there is sufficient demand for 50-metre pools, and so that is their view. So if you're actually thinking about 50-metre pools and the intention of them being used for 50-metre, in reference to the strategy, if they're used for a small niche of high performance or national and international competition, you don't need that many pools. In terms of the community lens using them, apologies, I can't comment. Yeah. But I think the Sport NZ submission is very detailed, and we'll provide that information. Do you have anything to add?
Councillor Schuler.
Thanks. Just to flesh out a little bit of the Mayor's question regarding your response, 50-metre pools fine, or if there's bulkhead or whatever. Just in terms of understanding our needs for it, for more aquatic facilities, and if we had a facility that, and not understanding that we'll lose Memorial Pool, so we're down 25 metres straight away, if there was the capacity to have those two there, often used as two 25-metre pools, but with the flexibility to provide the 50-metre service, could you flesh out the sort of reasons why you'd be opposed to that, please?
Yeah, sure. I'd look at it from a lens of recreation. Apologies. From recreation rather than, I guess, structured swimming, which you're thinking about two 25-metre pools. A lot of the information that coming through the feasibility and also the strategy is the concept of how people are engaging with water or pools from a recreation lens. So a lot of the feedback we've had from tamariki in schools is around Can they bomb into a pool? Can they play? Can they interact that way? Can we provide for learn to swim? Can we prevent increased drownings that we have in the district? So if you're thinking about a 50-metre pool split in two, I'm not quite sure why that's happening. Oh yeah, thank you. You don't have that flexibility with the different pools. Hydrotherapy is another one. So if you're really assessing the Tauranga aquatic network, the difference between two or varying pools compared to a 50-metre split in two is thinking about the type of activities that your community would like to engage with in terms of water, not just thinking about swimming in a structured sense.
So you're seeing them as mutually exclusive, as opposed to Councillor Taylor's question about having those other pools and the 225 pools together? Or are you answering based on an either-or mindset or an overall?
Well, I was answering on an either-or, assuming that you were meaning if you had a 50-metre pool that was split in two, obviously that pool will have its limitations in terms of depth and what it can allow compared to standalone and varying sizes and depths and temperature abilities to cater for more.
I just interested to follow up. The community have overwhelmingly said that a 50-metre pool is a priority. So, do people just not know what they want, or it's just interested to know. We keep hearing we don't need a 50-metre pool, and then the public say we want a 50-metre pool. Is it just it's in my mind as well? Is it just that we don't know what we want, or is it is it actually something that potentially people would need? And Kiwa have done it, Nainai have done it, Hawke's Bay have done it. They're all pools that are just built 50-metre pools, and I'm wondering why is it wrong?
Thoughts?
Look, I'm not an aquatics expert, I will say that, so I wouldn't want to necessarily enter into a debate exactly why it's wrong. I think there's an element of, it's one of those really nice to haves. So if we're talking about a trade-off or, choosing one option over the other, then certainly as Larissa's described, 50-metre pool certainly doesn't provide the flexibility that you think it should. Although it might provide you with additional water capacity, there is actually less usable space. It's not like we just all of a sudden have double what we are proposing compared to a 25-metre space. Without getting into a debate, I think on reflection, if you want to dive deeper into how Kiwa and maybe the Hawke's Bay Aquatic Centre are actually being utilised, then that might be quite surprising, given they're both quite new aquatic facilities.
Right, no, thank you. That was a bit of a grenade of a question.
That's okay. And I was going to answer. I guess that's the $1 million question. And the interesting thing is, why was the community consultation and the 2020 feasibility study say one thing, and then the most recent, quite short time frame community consultation say another? I would probably have a look at who's replied and what kind of time frame and what community consultation was actually done.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
I'll just ask you the question around Automotai Pool. That I guess one of the issues that I've seen is that the argument against the 50-metre pool hinges on wanting to free up funding basically for facilities around the city. But at the same time, the current position in our long-term plan is that Automotai Pool, the required backlog of maintenance and upgrading is not in that plan. So there's a strong likelihood that could shut down still, because that was the motion passed last December. So what's your view in terms of, just forget all the where it's in our plan, but that's the background. But from a sport balcony point of view, what's your view in terms of the location of aquatic facilities? Because we've sort of got a number of options on the table, and I'm just wanting to see, if we're not having more like a bigger pool at Memorial, and we did have funding to do it, where should those be located?
Look, I get again, we would lean on the findings of the feasibility study. Obviously, that considered Otamotai Pool and the role that it plays in the network. I mean, ideally, we'd like to see Otamotai Pool retained as a community level pool. We feel like it's got a role to play in the network, but that wouldn't be to the detriment of the development of the Memorial Park concept.
Right, thank you. We better keep moving, but thank you very much for your time and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to call Mark Rogers from Tauranga Basketball
To speak. Mark will have 5 minutes to speak and then we'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got Chris Longman, our chairman, here with me as well. Like Sport Bay of Plenty, we've put in a written submission, so I'd just like to summarise that as well. Organised basketball's been in the city since 1938, played in a variety of locations. Currently we have just under 5,000 active members that reside in Tauranga City. Currently the city is 12 indoor courts short on what Sport New Zealand survey says. So the reason I'm bringing this up is the whole Memorial Park redevelopment has a basketball complex as part of it. There are plans in the long-term plan for new indoor facilities, but none of these will be online for at least another 4 or 5 years. So we're 12 courts short now with a total of 10 at the moment. A few background details as well. The social return on investment in sport is $2.12 according to Sport New Zealand. So in terms of community spending on sport is a great investment. Sport New Zealand's participation trend data shows that 30% of young people play basketball every week. So that's 30% of the entire youth play basketball. And when added with other indoor sports, that grows to over 40%. So the demographics of our city are changing and the needs are changing as well. So around Memorial Park, we're not opposed to pools. We think that the city does need more pools. We just think that the location may need to be considered in the cost and that there might be opportunities to meet some of the other needs of the city with a restructure. And we have provided one opportunity for the council to look at in terms of that, which is a potential facility at 8 Pairangi Place, which we've commissioned a business case for and presented to council. So we'd like that to be considered in the big picture around the facilities that council are considering at the moment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you very much also for that proposal. I guess as a council, we're always looking at being able to deliver value for money. We understand the shortage that we have in courts,
and we're always looking at options and opportunities to be able to deliver those cheaper. And I guess in saying that, we've taken the 4 courts that were proposed at Memorial Park and shifted them to Cameron Road with a project going from 60 million to about 28, which I think is a good example of getting that value for money. So we're always open to solving these problems, and if potentially if we could do a similar sort of deal, that gets us 8 courts for the costs we were going to build 4. So hopefully we've got another presenter today that might be able to help us with another sort of proposal, but no, thank you for that. If we got any questions, Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, tell me if this is a bit off track, but I just, as part of, you said right at the start, just questions around the overall development, I think you said of Bay Park. So just from and that's obviously, looking at consolidation of formats to the one area, just from your own perspective and expertise and experience in running basketball in this city, the difference between the centralised model for basketball versus a more dispersed nodal footprint?
So for us, there's a definite need for something on the Tauranga side of the city. We get a lot of anecdotal stuff coming back saying that people can't get to Bay Park. we try to move a couple of thousand people in rush hour to play a 30-minute game of basketball from one side of the city to the other, pretty much every day in winter. So having something at this side of the city is definitely a need for us in terms of our growth and participation. We're not opposed to more courts at Bay Park, we just think that the need is greater over this side of the city.
So, sorry, just in an ideal world, like we're delivering 12 courts. Like, how do we distribute them in your view?
The perfect size for us is a 3-court facility. That's big enough to run competitions. It's economies of scale in terms of staffing it and everything else, and just the locations. It's around the city, so those sort of hubs around the city, with Bay Park being the main one for major events, which is national and international events.
Councillor Crowther.
Actually, I was sort of going to ask that, but the follow-up is if it's 3 courts, like, are you thinking you'd need 3 or 4 of those around the city for your sport? Like, I'm just trying to look at, with indoor court facilities, we've got all the other sports that use it. Are you sort of saying 3 would be enough, or you're saying we need a lot more? I mean, additional to what we've got. Additional to the warehouse one and the Bay Park.
So the warehouse adds 1 extra court because we're losing the 3 at Memorial. So that's really a +1. I'm not sure how many are planned for Bay Park, but right now we would fill 9 with basketball if we had the opportunity to use them. And we've spoken to other indoor courts and they're in the same situation. They're crying out for space.
So would the ideal be those to be spread around either in Tauranga or Bethlehem or Motumotai, if it was possible, and then another one and further out in Waitemata? Would that be sort of the way you'd see it with that Spurs one?
And I think that's what's in the long-term plan eventually for facilities in those sort of areas.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what we'd like to see.
Okay.
See Steve itching to say Papamoa, but
I think the Tumu, there's plans. Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Morning, Mark. At a previous meeting we had, you discussed the range of people coming from out of town to Tauranga to play basketball. Have you got a rough idea of what percentage would be that come from out of the Tauranga city area? And second part of the question is, how would we actually get them to pay for some of the use of our facilities?
So we, as an organisation, contribute $250,000 to Bay Venue's budget this year. So people are paying to use those facilities, no matter where they come from. We have probably 10% of our members that are outside of Tauranga that would come in and play in our competitions. Majority from the Western Bay, some from Rotorua, some from Matamata. So that's our weekly, regular community competitions. And then we have regional events and tournaments, which covers sort of the wider Bay of Plenty and Waikato and King Country.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Oh, okay. Councillor Baker, do you want to? Yes.
Kia ora, sorry. Tēnā kōrua. I guess $250 is a lot to pay. Would you, with whatever the future looks like for indoor sports facilities, would you guys, without throwing a grenade myself, what would that model need to look like to ensure that you guys are getting good value on the service that you're providing, knowing that you're having to charge people so much just to cover the cost that BVL are charging? I don't know if that's quite a clear question. Could you work with them at a new facility, or do you feel like we need an independent group or agency to govern or to kind of manage something separate to BVL?
Our preference would be to be like tennis clubs and some of the other sports that are available to use reserves and manage the space that they have. Having said that, we work with Bay Venues now. We don't envisage paying them any less if we got more courts and we had opportunity to manage it, or somebody else managed it. We'd still be paying them the same amount because we'd just be adding more to our use.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Cameron Templar from Tauranga Indoor Sports. Again, you'll have 5 minutes to talk, and then we'll ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I allowed to speak to slides and like flick through them? Is that something I can do?
Can you email them?
Yep. Got Wi-Fi here? Sweet as.
Sorry, Cameron. We might just delay you. We'll go to Moss Burmester,
No worries.
and we'll come back to you after while we sort the slide issue out. Moss, can you hear us?
Yep, good morning all. Morning Mahi, good to reconnect with you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah.
Have you got a camera or?
I've got my camera on, I'm not sure if you can see me or not.
No, we can't see you. Want to see your pretty face.
I do believe I've got it turned on, so I'm not sure what else to do.
Okay. Well, if you start talking, we'll play at our end. Thank you.
Sounds good. So I guess listening to some of the other people talking, I'm sort of coming from the lens of I sit on the board of the Aquatic Survival Skills Trust, which is based out of Bay of Plenty. And it's a survival skills for kids program that's being implemented into schools and teaching the teachers how to teach kids how to survive so that it's sustainable and it can grow from that perspective rather than directly teaching kids. So I'm coming from that point of view. Also, obviously, I grew up in the area, so I was there right from when I was 6 months old through to training to make my first Commonwealth Games and Olympics. So spent a lot of time in and around the water in Tauranga and the Bay of Plenty. Obviously, listening to the other people talk ahead of me, very much this is a and scenario, not an and or. And I think everyone in the back of their minds obviously is aware that there's limited resources in every situation. And so if we talk about specifically, I'm talking to the pools, the key thing for us from my perspective of what I talked about earlier with both considerations is that the square meterage of pool space is really important. The issue, and so when we talk about a 50-metre pool, I think we actually should be saying it's to cover all bases, a 51-metre pool, and you have a movable bulkhead in the middle, which is a metre wide, so you end up with 225s. That would be ideal to have a 50-metre pool in Tauranga because the closest 50-metre pool is the Rotorua one, and I believe it's the slowest 50-metre pool in the country, having swum in it a lot. Again, it would, as I mentioned, it would be great, but the realities are when you look at pools, and this is where I think a lot of people are making these assumptions when they're presenting, is the cost to run them. So one of the big things with pools is obviously the water temperature. If you've got a 50-metre pool and you've got a movable bulkhead in it, you've got one area of water and you can't change it. Now, from a swimming perspective, you need colder temperatures. If you're especially a competitive elite swimmer, there is very set rules around the temperature, but those are actually too cold for general public use. And then if you look at things like learn to swim with kids or people that say for hydrotherapy, and Amanda might jump in later. I believe she's there with you guys, but she's going to talk to that side of things. But the pool temperature is the big piece around this. And so by having two 25-metre pools, and obviously they are separate bodies of water, you can change the temperatures of them or have them at different settings very easily. Whereas if you've got one 50-metre pool, you can't. Again, ideal situation would be and you have a 50 or 51-metre pool and a 25. I realise it's probably unlikely to happen, but the 25 could then be warmer, could be shallower, it could accommodate the things like hydrotherapy and learn to swim or survival skills. In terms of, there's a Kent Horner who runs the aquatic survival skills program for us. He's got a lot of data around the drownings, and we believe there is a connection between the Tauranga or the Bay of Plenty and the Mount specifically being a hotspot for drownings, and the fact that when you look at the Tauranga area, per capita head, there's actually less pool space than other areas. And we do believe there's a correlation there. And so this also falls into the Otamoto pool, and this is where I think we've got to look at all these as an and the key is to keep as much pool space as possible rather than lose some, because we are already, if you look at the data that Kent has presented, we are already slipping behind as an area. And so it's key that if we can add to the current facilities that we have rather than take them away. Again, if we look at touch on a few points that I wrote in just on the survey, I believe if you're going to do this though, you have to make the 25, if we do go down the path of assuming that there isn't the resource or the budget to be able to build a 50 and a 25, and if we have to be 225s, one of them needs to be considered for true international competition and other competitions, underwater hockey, water polo, so that involves the depth. And that's the other piece around, say, having a 125 metre pool is obviously the depth becomes an issue. So how do you change the depth? Having a deeper pool is better for many of those other sports, and including swimming. But then you've got to look at putting, say, a movable floor into it at one end. And you can do that. West Wave Aquatic Pool in Auckland has done that, and I believe that's been pretty successful. And again, the issue with having a 50 metre pool is you can put in a bulkhead, you can put in a movable floor, you can have these things to make it more flexible for these other scenarios, but there is obviously a cost involved with that. If you do go down the path of being able to build a 25, I do believe 225s, but it would be really prudent to build them that it looks to the future and is able to be extended. So if you had, say, a 25 metre competition pool, competition meaning it can be not just swimming, it can be again water polo, underwater hockey, has the depth of 2.2 metres really is the minimum depth that you need, but it can be extended in the future. So the facility that is built over the top of it is able to have one end knocked out and the pool extending to be able to have a 50, because it would be ideal to have both, as I mentioned.
Right, thank you very much for that. Have we got any questions around the table? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you for that input, really helpful. My question is around sort of a 33 metre pool, and I'm absolutely know nothing much about it, but I've just sort of been, had people talk to me about it and then done the slightest bit of reading about it, and just the advantages and disadvantages in terms of other water sports. And I'm aware that the costs that we're being provided for a 50 option seems significantly more, and I'm aware of the advice from the various organisations, heard what you said, but just interested in that sort of whether there's more bang for buck you get from a 33, whatever the optimal one is.
Yeah, to be fair, as I said, I haven't looked into a lot of this. All I can do is look at the history of how all 33 and third metre pools, not all, but most of them have been converted to 25s already and had a bulkhead put in. Again, if you were to build a pool that was 33, I think it would have to have a bulkhead, so it'd have to be 34.3 metres and have a 1 metre bulkhead. But obviously, I think you're looking and talking about these sports such as water polo and things like that that want a bit of extra space around it. Ideally, I think if you could build a pool that could accommodate some of those things, that would be great. As I said, it's really an and situation of what else can we do or afford, or what can you guys decide around that? And that's the situation rather than the and/or, and I think you've got to take all those considerations into it. In terms of cost of heating, and I can't speak to this equivocally, but Clive Power used to run all the facility pools in Tauranga when I was swimming. I remember him saying that it roughly costs double the cost to run and heat one 50 metre pool versus two 25 metre pools, even though it's the same volume of water.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
And this would have to be checked. As I said, this is just very much from my days, but Clive Power, who used to run all the facilities in Tauranga, as in manage them, and obviously high performance coach on the side, as well, he believed that it would cost about almost double to run one 50-metre pool versus two 25-metre pools.
Okay.
The main thing is obviously around the heating, and I'm unsure of how you plan to heat the pools and whether or not there's, like Rotorua, it could be heated from geothermal, which would obviously significantly change that if it was.
No, that's great, thanks. And Moss, just interested in going back a few years when you're a competitor. Did you had to end up leaving Tauranga? Did you to train? Was that because of the pool facilities?
Correct. Yeah. There was, as I mentioned, there was no 50-metre facility in Tauranga. The closest was Rotorua, and I believe it is the slowest pool in New Zealand. That's not taking anything away from it. It's still great to have it. Yes, but I had to move. The decision was to move to Auckland in the end.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you very much for your time, Moss.
Thank you.
Right, we good? Are we ready to go? Or should we? Yeah. All right, we'll come back to Cameron Templar. I think we're just about good to go.
Thank you. Grab some water. Do you want me to flick through it? Okay, sweet as. That's all good. Hi, Council. Thank you for meeting with us today. My name is Cameron Templar, and this is my dad, Andrew Templar. We are the people behind Tauranga Indoor Sports, and we're here today to present two feasible, fully costed proposals that will nearly double our city's indoor sport capacity and meet the needs of our growing community. As you know, Tauranga doesn't have enough indoor courts to meet the needs of the growing population. National recommendations suggest one indoor court per 7,500 residents, but here in Tauranga, we only have one court per approximately 15,000 residents, half of what's required. This shortage affects tens of thousands of residents across the city. To deliver more indoor courts, it currently costs Council $5 to $7 million per indoor court. With the Council's current financial position and around 50 million allocated to indoor courts in the long-term plan, the problem is only going to get bigger, leaving our city with a significant unmet need. So we're here today because we have a solution that aligns with Council goals to provide more indoor courts for value for money. We have two ready-to-go proposals, and they are as follows. Proposal number 1, a single large-scale facility housing 3 indoor courts with nets, 4 basketball courts, and 8 badminton/pickleball courts, all under one roof. And proposal number 2 provides the same amount of courts, but split across 2 venues on either side of the city, improving accessibility for residents throughout Tauranga. Each proposal adds the equivalent of 9 full-size indoor courts, meeting local demand and bringing Tauranga's facilities closer to national standards with 1 court per 8,000 residents. Multiple sporting codes such as basketball, indoor cricket and pickleball would benefit from a dedicated home, while Tauranga Indoor Sports would manage and maintain the facilities, meaning no ongoing operational costs for the council. Now you're probably wondering, how much will this cost? Proposal number 1, which includes 9 full-size indoor courts, has been quoted at just 10.1 million. That's right, 10.1 million with no ongoing cost to the council. For perspective, that's just over 1 million per indoor court, delivering Mahi's favourite saying, value for money. How is this possible? Well, we have extensive experience in both indoor sports and construction industries, which means we know exactly how to achieve cost-effective, high-quality results. We're leveraging a structure known as a smart build, which is a standardized plan that is ready to go and meets all local requirements. We're using modern building materials, cold-rolled steel. Cold-rolled steel offers tremendous benefits, being 3 times stronger than conventional materials while producing 60% fewer carbon emissions and up to a 90% lower cost than the traditional structural steel. Additionally, we already own assets valued over $2 million, saving us a ton of money in the fit-out. And speaking of fit-outs, we've personally fitted out multiple indoor sports centres, giving us the expertise to deliver a top-quality centre at a minimal cost. We've identified several potential sites. These include Bay Park, Merrick Farm, Soper Reserve, and the Papamoa East interchange area. Bay Park is ideal due to its existing infrastructure, ample car parking, and available land. And if you look at the current master plans for Bay Park, this land highlighted in red is big enough to accommodate for Proposal 1 and is only going to be used for overflow car parking. However, we are open to exploring any site that the council deems suitable, especially if there are environmental or community-based priorities for the locations. Lastly, why us? As Tauranga's longest-standing private indoor sports centre with almost 20 years of experience, we understand the specific needs of our community. Our success and longevity are a testament to the value we've provided to Tauranga. Our combination of industry experience, building knowledge, fit-out experience, and existing assets makes us, in my opinion, the best people in the world to solve this problem for you. Thank you for your time. Would love to answer any of your questions.
Any questions? Councillor Curate.
Thank you, Cameron. So what you're saying is that you give us the land and we'll provide the facility at no ongoing operational cost.
Effectively.
Effectively. Yeah. Some certainty around that?
So what? Sorry, you're asking if you give us land and the cost. So we're asking for 10.1 million.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for that, Cam. Very creative and good to get these proposals coming to council. Question just around the structure, stud height, and is it fully insulated? I'm just thinking winter, tin shed, what's it like?
Yes, it's 7 metres to the apex and 6 metres from the knee, rising, a 40 metre span. Yes, it's a habitable building, so even though it's cold rolled steel, it has a thermal break, and it is also lined on the inside with insulation and hardboard. Yes, so.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. As our councillor said, great to have innovative solutions coming in. So you would be proposing that this is a private facility that you are offering for people, for teams to hire the facilities or use it on a user fee basis that you would manage. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, sorry. We would run our current leagues that we run, and we would make agreements with key stakeholders, for example, Tauranga City Basketball, to use the basketball courts between hours and on days, and we'd do that with other sporting codes such as badminton, and that would be agreed upon, so they know what they're getting and they know what they're paying for it.
So sorry, supplementary. So would there be a need for Tauranga City Council to be part of that arrangement, or would it just be that on the basis that land is provided and funding is provided, you are providing this service and dealing with those parties as an independent entity?
Yeah, so that's an operational thing, so we'd manage that, but would make it very clear to you guys what is happening, and it'd be based on numbers, effectively, who needs the most court space, but it would be, fair and equitable. Things like the 8 badminton pickleball courts, obviously only those 2 codes can use those. They currently have no, purpose-built facilities. But for the basketball courts, basketball have a lot of priority, volleyball, netball as well. So.
Right, thank you.
I guess how, like, obviously you guys have run a business, so out of those courts, what sort of proportion would be open, to current council users, and what sort of proportion is sort of your private business that you have at the moment?
So yeah, good question. We would remain ownership of the assets we have. So those 3 indoor courts with nets, and we'd manage and run those privately. The other court space would be, once again, agreed upon with the key stakeholders of what they're getting out of it. As Tauranga Sports, what we'll do is we'll just, manage and maintain them. They'll run their own leagues, they'll fixture their own sports, but we'll keep it tidy and clean, and of course give them the space.
This facility would be obviously owned by Tauranga City Council. I think what Cameron's trying to say here is the court space that we'd use is to run our own operation, and that would go towards us managing and running the entire operation. The rest of the courts that we're proposing for basketball and pickleball and the likes, that's for them. We don't want to do anything with them at all. Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Have you done any work on the cost to the users? Just a vague idea. Is it
Cost? It depends what you're asking. Are you asking like how much we'll lease out the basketball courts, or what we currently charge? Okay. Well, with my chats with, for example, Mark Rogers, I said we'd just keep it industry rate, whatever the standard is. For our current indoor sports that we run indoor cricket and indoor netball. We charge $15 a game for indoor cricket. It's a lot of money, and $11 a game for indoor netball. I spoke to a few of the councillors and said if this were to go through, we could reduce our costs there because we wouldn't be paying massive lease prices. So it'd be industry rate for the basketball and badminton pickleball courts, and pretty much whatever it's going to cost us to maintain them.
Councillor Baker.
A few questions. That's all right. Yeah. I've heard a lot about the stakeholder engagement. Can you speak to us a bit about who you've actually spoken to, and if there's consensus and buy-in to what you
guys do? Yeah, thanks. I've spoken to many indoor sport codes, basketball, pickleball, sport bay plenty, and the consensus, obviously we don't have enough court space, and they're all happy to support more courts. With it, everyone's backing it. Everyone supports it. I think most people would like their own space. It's pretty clear to me. But, at the end of the day, the demand needs to be met, and the council doesn't have a lot of money to meet that demand.
And on that, I was just quite curious, how do you build what you're saying for 10 mil, knowing that kind of what we've already invested in some of these places?
Speak to that.
That just seems quite dream come true.
Yeah, I guess that's the big question, isn't it? Because it's hard to believe. Because you see that the warehouse building is going to cost 28 million, things like that. But this is a proven method. At the end of the day, generally what happens, you'll hire a whole lot of consultants and they'll go and they'll put all this together at their cost of $200,000 a year. It'll probably cost you $10,000 a week to sub it out to consultants to run this and build something from ground up. Now this thing here is already designed, guaranteed in regards to structurally. The QS is all done. So you saw the slide back there that had the design of the building. That's down to the nut and bolt. So you know exactly what it's going to cost. So in building, obviously anything out of the ground is a little bit more manageable. Under the ground, you don't know. So in fact, I know that the one that we did there on Bay Park was based on some knowledge we know of the ground conditions there, so the geotech. So that's the only unknown is the grounds, isn't it? So above there, it's 100%. You know exactly what it's going to cost. It's not a design and build. It's not one of those situations where you're going to have consultants needing to and fro all day long and come back with questions and the costs run up. This is set in stone. This has been done over 12,000 times around the world, these buildings. It's nothing new. Yeah.
Do you build swimming pools?
Well, interesting you say that, because we are building one currently at the moment about to start for St Stephen's School in Auckland, which is over 2 basketball courts and a swimming pool. So exactly the same. So we're not reinventing the wheel. This has been done before. Yeah.
Sorry, one last question.
Yeah.
Totally guessing, because I'm no earthworks extraordinaire by any means, but it seems that Bay Park, in terms of existing infrastructure, was quite a good option. How do you see what your guys' kaupapa is presenting, and like us having BVL right next door, either competing or complementing with indoor sports facilities?
Yeah, that was my first initial thing, is I would be directly competing with them. It's actually not the case. We simply don't have enough court space. We don't have enough supply to meet the demand, so it'd be no competition. We'd just be supplying the demand.
I think I can add a little bit there too. Obviously, indoor cricket and indoor netball, indoor football, dodgeball has always been a commercially run business over the years. And the reason being is because we just don't use the same court space as basketball, so you've got to have your own facility. And we've been involved in 20 years, and 2005, we had a submission with council then to build on Soper Reserve, actually. So this has been going on, it's not new. But, commercial rates back then were about $55 a square metre. They're about 120 now. So our sport is unsustainable, hence why we're looking at other options. And really all we're looking to do is, we know we can build these buildings really cost effectively. We need some space. How do we involve other user groups that everyone gets to tick the box, really? And as we said earlier, we don't need to use the basketball courts, we don't need to use the pickleball courts. That's for them. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. It's an intriguing proposal, and I don't want to speak to the colleague from my left, but I think competition's not always a bad thing. Mm-hmm. In terms of your business case and how it's going to work, the construction cost, is that able to be separated out? So let's say council had an appetite that it wanted to continue with its existing structure, or perhaps a different structure, and run its own provision of service to the community. Mm-hmm. Are those figures for the construction tailored to the operating model, or is that just what it costs in terms of construction?
Template development's coming soon. It's to us. We don't obviously need to make Oh, sorry, is it not on? Yeah, I'll say it again. Template development's coming soon. Yeah, the cost is to us because we are not making profit on top of it. We've already made, the plan's already done. Dad's project manager at Sabre. So we've got that sorted. We have, obviously the assets that we own for the fit out are important to the cost. Our existing connections with people that can do the wooden floors or the spring floors, we can get good deals on that. But in terms of the build, you can talk to me after I set up the company.
Yeah, he doesn't stop, does he?
Yeah. Sorry, brain's just slowly going out. What if council had an appetite that it just wanted you folks to build the building and to run it itself? That's where I'm coming from.
I'd be open to it, obviously. I'd like to do the indoor sports, but if you wanted to give it to Bay Venues, you could, but they could continue to lose you money. That's the truth.
Well, we've obviously been in business 20 years in this city running our sport, and you'd think you would struggle up against Bay Venues because we've actually had to pay our commercial lease for 20 years and we've done so. It's not easy, but it is running to an end. It is running to an end, and it's sad because we have 1,000-odd members as well through indoor cricket, indoor netball, and that's where our evaluation of our industry has been considered. And it is a family business, and it has been for so long that that's why we actually want to carry it on.
I understand.
Yeah.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. My question just, I'm trying to get my head around the number of courts if it was in 2 locations, because we've heard from basketball and there are other sports I think that prefer the 2 sides of the city model. So you've got, depending on which type of court, you've got a total of 15 courts, which I presume can't all run simultaneously if you've got it like in the one location. I presume, because you said it's 9 full-size courts, so I presume some of these are like smaller, like the indoor cricket and stuff. So if it was split into 2, how many, like would you get 4 or 5 full-size courts, and have you also, the second part of that is sort of, have you looked at the scenario once, I understand we've got this new badminton facility and things like that, so you've got badminton as one of the things listed, but if it was, you know, mainly catering for some of the other sports, you know, in terms of running those, what would it look like in 2 locations?
Yeah, so to be clear, for your first question, the 9 full equivalent size courts are 8 badminton/pickleball courts make up 2 full-size basketball courts. So that's how it adds. If it was in 2 locations, we'd just look at, okay, well, there clearly needs to be something in the west of the city, probably basketball courts and the ones with ours with nets. I guess it would be a discussion we could have with council or with stakeholders to see what's necessary. In my mind, we'd just split it. But it could look a whole lot different. We could add more courts if it's what needed. The price would obviously change. But yeah, what was your second?
Well, just in terms of, yeah, I think you've sort of incorporated that. Yeah. I do, another quick question is, you've talked about the cost advantage of the cold steel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, when I'm definitely no expert in that area, but I just sort of look at...
You wonder why?
Yeah, why when it's renowned as being more expensive.
Well, look, you know, the QE2 building, for instance, the original building, that is structural steel imported from Scotland back in the 50s, I believe. Now, obviously, structural steel is extremely heavy, so there's a lot of cost in the ground alone. The cold rolled steel is nothing new. I mean, in fact, there's, I think you'll find in Canada and America, they use aluminium for these buildings, you know, and that's a product that just gets stronger over time. So that's lightweight. This is a patented system, by the way. So that's why you can get the big span, and that's often what is a problem, and that's why you normally need structural steel. But you don't with this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kurak.
Thank you. You mentioned a project at St Stephen's up in Auckland. Is that just a construction project, or is there an operational model there that you're entering into in an agreement with St Stephen's? Elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can really say too much about it. In fact, because you know it's for a company that I work for as the project manager, so we're building the building like this one up there. So it's got nothing to do with, you know, so it's just serves. There's another one in Christchurch being done exactly the same, over a swimming pool. So yeah.
All right, final question, Councillor Schuller.
Thanks. My brain's a bit slow warming up like Councillor Morris.
Just for clarity for me, so the 10.1 million, how many basketball courts is that, just in terms of the biggest court?
4 basketball courts, 3 indoor courts with nets, and 8 pickleball badminton courts.
Thank you.
I think just in brief, where the cost savings here is that it's lightweight steel. It's value for money. I mean, if you're going to design and build something, it's going to be very flashy. These buildings are habitable. People can live in them. From the outside, it looks very good. It's lined on the inside. It looks very good. It's just a smart way of building. And I think in a climate where you've got to be careful with your money, this is the way to roll, 100%. And that's why we've done it with so many courts, because we can cater for everybody. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Cameron and Andrew. I think you've brought us a very interesting proposal. So, yeah, we'll get staff to follow up with you.
Thank you.
And try to bring a proposal to council. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Cheers, guys.
So we've got Dan Brown, who's put in his apologies. So we'll move to the final presenter, which is Greg Cummings, Director of Liz Van Weerly Aquatics. Thank you.
Morena koutou. As I've been introduced, I'm Greg Cummings, and this is our club chairperson, Trudy Smith. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning. I guess sitting here listening to all of the previous speakers, and I think the million-dollar question that stands out for me this morning against all of this was, do you build pools? And I don't think you've engaged, or anyone here has engaged this morning. I build pools, and I've built a pool. And disappointingly, I'm sitting here at this stage in your process, and not one person has ever engaged with me about the building of an aquatic centre in Tauranga. And I'm gobsmacked at that. When we first arrived to council here this morning, I had to introduce the chairperson of the largest club in the Bay of Plenty to Nick Chambers from Sport Bay of Plenty. Never met, never been engaged with. So I hope that gives context to the plan and proposal that you've had put in front of you, and where there might be a gap in the knowledge. I acknowledge that you've inherited this as a council, and that this has come before, and I can only commend you in the fact that you've gone, hey, stop, this doesn't quite add up, and this is not quite right, and we need to check where we're at with this project. So from an aquatic sector, we can only thank you for that. A bit of tongue-in-cheek, but the word Drysdale in our business has become a dirty word. When we first started the aquatic, our whole strategic plan for our business, we went, how can we inspire the next generation of swimmers? And we looked at names for our squads, and we had Hillary being the pinnacle, so that's a no-brainer. And we have Loda, which is the next level down, double Olympian, who now lives in Tauranga, and if he was here today would be a huge advocate for, further aquatic growth. We have Devoy, the little girl from Rotorua that took on the world and beat them 9 times. We have Carrington, the most decorated Olympic champion for New Zealand of all time. We have Lang, after the Honourable Duncan Lang, who has probably taught more people to swim than any of us have had hot breakfasts. And then we've had Drysdale, after a double Olympic champion and somebody that really stood tall, and we wanted children to aspire and inspire to. Unfortunately, our Drysdale squad now is tainted because it's overflowing and we cannot fit anymore. So when parents look at Drysdale, they go, what's the point? Where can we go? We have 200 10 to 12-year-old swimmers alone that are in our Drysdale squad, and that has become the glass ceiling to our business. We have, since opening in 2017, now overflowed to, we run 10 full lanes of a 25-metre pool 6 days per week, and we have waiting lists at every single level. So is there a shortage of aquatic space? Absolutely. Have we done that with any help or support from council other than the 6-month delayed consent process? No, we did all of it on our own. So I've heard various speakers talk about who they've engaged with and who they've consulted with and what they know about building aquatic centres and what they know about costs, and I just think, where did you get that from, and who have you really spoken to? I know that my learned colleague here beside me is the chairperson of the largest. You've never been consulted with, no one's ever met with you. We've been to a consultation evening, but I believe the word consultation was used loosely, where the aquatic sector was spoken at, not spoken with, and so that was taken exception to. When we did our feasibility study, which was, when I say we, that's me, back in 2013, the Smart Growth strategy and the Tauranga aquatic strategy at that time, everything pointed to developing further aquatic support in Tauranga West. And so when I first heard that there was a proposal to do something at Memorial Park. I went, well, that goes against everything that every other learned person before them had already figured out, that the growth of the city was going west. That's why we chose Pies Pa as our location. And if I was to, as a businessman, build another pool tomorrow and I could fill it tomorrow, I'd be certainly looking at somewhere in Tauranga or Bethlehem West, because as you all know, that's where the city is going. You could probably do another one at Kaituna or somewhere separate.
That's right, I was getting triggered there. Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm from Patamai.
Excellent, excellent. I guess we have submitted, the club has made a submission, and we won't, we'll leave that taken as read for yourselves. I'm happy to take questions for discussion. My thinking and my support would be around council looking at a 52 metre pool, not a 51 metre pool. A 1 metre bulkhead is no wider than this table, and that if you had a 52 metre bulkhead, then you actually have a transit space between the two pools. You have two pools that could be run simultaneously with multiple users. I think what I would be proposing is that at your next meeting that you go, let's just stop. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's actually engage with a proper working group, which I don't believe has ever happened in this process. I noted the working group was council, that it was Sport New Zealand, that it was Sport Bay of Plenty, and that it was Bay Venues, if I'm correct. And if I follow the money trail, Sport New Zealand directly funds Sport Bay of Plenty, and Sport Bay of Plenty is funded as a major contractor to TCC, and so is Bay Venues. So I struggle to see the objectivity and the transparency and all the engagement directly with the aquatic sector and those who are directly working in it and or using it. And so any information will only have come third hand or come from a consultant who's never actually worked at the coalface. So I would encourage you as a group to take the opportunity to pause and catch your breath and re-engage with your aquatic sector. I'm very pleased to hear that there were over 5,000 submissions, and that you're hearing from your community that there is a strong interest in a 50 metre pool or 52 metre pool. I can talk all day to you about the numbers, about the build, about the design, about the CapEx, about the OpEx, and how to fill a pool up and how to fill a facility up. I don't want to use up my 5 minutes lecturing to you guys. I'd rather offer this as an opportunity to give you food for thought, and to encourage you to re-engage with the aquatic sector and review where you're at.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. First question, just interested because you're obviously running learn to swim facilities, and I guess that goes through to your top squads of Hillary, etc. So you've just got one pool, and what sort of temperature is that pool at?
Yeah, so we have a swim school as a subsidiary or a subset of our overall aquatics business. In the swim school, we have just under 2,000 swimmers per week. We run that out of a 6 metre by 12 metre pool, and I hold that temperature at about 33.5 to 34. Now that, once you start to get into design, needs its own little separate area, because you also then need to control the air environment above that pool, and that needs to match the water temperature. As I said, I could talk to you all day about pool design and how it should look. And I looked at the concept design of Memorial Park, and I'm sure most of you have read The Emperor's New Clothes and understand that concept. And I think my personal opinion is you've been sold The Emperor's New Clothes as far as that concept design goes. So separate to that, we have a 25 metre pool by 15. So we run 6 lanes that are 2.5 metres wide. And why is that important? Because once people start to do butterfly and their wingspan opens up, then you need that distance between swimmers from a health and safety. And I guess it's the rules of swimming that those are the designated lane spaces. As a comparison, when we overflowed nearly 3 years ago and started to use Greaton bookings. The Greaton pool is only 2 metres wide, and that limits purely the number of swimmers that we can have in the lane.
So sorry, that just going back. So you've got a 6 by 12 metre pool, which is
Yes.
you learn to swim. You have 2,000 people using that pool a week, or 2,000 across both facilities.
2,000 swimmers, 2,000 children in there, probably another 1,000 adults by the time you add in mums and dads and grandparents and swim teachers. So in an 80,000 litre pool, we put through roughly 3,000 people using that 7 days per week. We close for 3 weeks between Christmas and the 3rd week of January.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming along. One thing, if we can separate out the sort of the model that you're using, because that's obviously highly successful. I've had a child go through and so on. Because I know we're sort of hearing different views around how best to structure the private sector versus the public sector. But if we put that aside and just look at the infrastructure itself, we've got a pool that we're told won't hang in much longer at Memorial. We've got a pool in Automotai that is struggling without adequate maintenance and is currently undergoing a geotech assessment to see if it's worth investing significantly more there. And then we've got a lack of a pool in Papamoa. So and given the consultation that you referred to, it actually went out to the public talking about 80 to 105 million into Memorial Aquatic. What's your best view, knowing sort of from your experience, where we should focus our money? Should it be that we focus it on getting infrastructure in as many locations as possible, including Papamoa, including FBM, or keeping Automotai going? Should we go ahead with something at Memorial? What's your view as someone who runs it and knows the market quite well?
I'm not sure where to start. In an ideal world, I would be suggesting, as a long-term view for the city, that certainly the 52 metre pool model needs to be looked at in a standalone aquatic centre that is fit for purpose for swimming, water polo, synchronised swimming, and all of that surf lifesaving that also now have a very competitive pool champs process as well. There is a large number of users that would fill up a 52 metre pool in its first week and have it running at capacity, mornings and nights during the day. You've then got a multi-use facility for pretty much every school, and built in the right location with good access and egress, opportunities for buses to bring in groups of schools to do any number of water safety, the project that Moss is working on, etc. Canoe polo, the whole works. I do accept the need for recreational aquatic space, and you only have to visit Bay Wave on any given weekend and see that the wave pool is full and the hydroslide and etc. But putting the two together is becoming a little bit of oil and water. I don't think I've heard that in the new netball proposal that goes to Bay Park that there's going to be a nature walk through the middle of those netball courts. And I don't go to the domain, to the main rugby field, and I haven't been on the Flying Fox that goes across the middle of that park. That's because it's built specifically for rugby, and I know that that 400 metre track is exactly 400 metres because that's what athletics needs. And so I would strongly be encouraging that for council to look at opportunities to build a competition pool for the use of all of the competitive sports, and that would be acknowledging their input. I think it's 8 metres in the concept plan for 8 lanes, which wouldn't meet swimming competition needs. They're a 10 metre competition pool. There's just, and I think the other part to it would be down the track, looking at Timu and Wes going that way would be equally another aquatic centre, but possibly a 25 metre pool to meet the needs. Then you have that multi-nodal, I think that was the term that was used before by somebody, a nodal footprint, which is I haven't heard that one before. I wrote that one down. I like it. And as parents in this room, most of you will know, if you've got more than 1 or 2 children and you turn up to one facility and you go, oh yeah, your child is competing at this level, but your other child is across town at the other facility, it is an absolute nightmare. Whereas one large aquatic centre centralises the swimming rather than contributes to Tauranga's traffic problems.
I just wanted to make note of Ames Games. So Ames Games would be our national meet that we hold here at Baywave, and Baywave nearly had to be closed down this year because so many kids in swimming and warming up, the pipes were at limit. We were told that by Bay venues as well. They have to turn the temperature down. They have to do all sorts. There's nowhere for spectators. There's barely room for athletes. And that's our pinnacle event, and yet we're going to build something that is not even as big as the Baywave hub, and that's meant to be our competition pool, and we've outgrown that. So,
Councillor Baker.
How big, in terms of numbers, is the competitive aquatic scene? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And what do you envision the competitive space? What value does having a bespoke facility for competitive sport, aquatic sports, bring to Tauranga?
Good question. We heard from Moss Burmester before. Who had to leave Tauranga to swim elsewhere at a 50-metre pool. Most of you will have watched the Olympics and enjoyed watching the Olympics and been very proud that Hayden Wild came from Tauranga. He swims with us, or did swim with us. We can no longer meet his training needs. My daughter's just come back from China and racing through Asia. She's another top triathlete. We are growing world-leading athletes, but fortunately we get to a glass ceiling of a 25-metre pool, which is now over capacity, and we've been kicked out of Greaton pool because it's broken. So having a 50-metre pool allows flexibility to work in with other sports so that you are covering the OPEX of a facility, but a 50-metre pool changes the way in which you train. It changes the energy systems that swimmers use, and you get better overall athletes for water polo, swimming, surf lifesaving, triathlon, etc. So we're not. I wouldn't propose that Tauranga even begins to entertain building a pool that would bring national events here. Not at all. I think you're exposing yourself to all sorts of risk and trouble, and the level of compliance is prohibitive. But if you were to build just a really good, and I take my hat off to the gentlemen before who are problem solving. Architects will sell you anything they can because the bigger the project and the bigger the fee, the bigger their fee. But if you work from a really pragmatic point of view, you can build a facility that meets your needs and that caters to the needs of the actual swimmers. In terms of numbers, the commissioners and previous council are responsible for the death of a club. There used to be a Tauranga Swimming Club, and there was Greaton Swimming Club and Otamotai Swimming Club. Tauranga was based at Memorial, Otamotai at the Otamotai pool, and Greaton at the Greaton pool. All three clubs and previous committee members could testify to the fact that their programs were continuously disrupted by substandard pools and being kicked out of their training time, and so swimmers not being able to swim, parents getting frustrated with being split across 3 venues, and so people left in droves. Luckily some of them came to us, but at the end of it, the Evo Swimming Club pretty much had to fold. They lost 2 coaches. They're now running a junior learn to swim program out of Otamotai. So that's what happens when your aquatic network is not up to standard and doesn't service the need. And I would hope that going forward there is more than enough scope to really grow water safety and the number of people actively using space. People keep, babies keep getting born, and it's a never-ending source of swimmers if you get it right.
All right, thank you very much. Been very, very valuable to give us a bit of background and think we need to be in touch. Sorry, Councillor Schuller has one more.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. Just, you answered the question about the temperature of the 6x12 pool, 33 or 34 degrees. You talked about the other pool, 25 by 15. And obviously you alluded a little bit later about the difference in temperatures. What's above the water is also really important. So is that where you see the main issue of from the combining the, you know, the leisure side versus the swimming?
Correct.
So could you just flesh out that a little bit for the councillors to understand? And what is the temperature of your competitions pool?
So our main training pool we hold at 28, which is 2 degrees above what Moss was saying to you. I would propose to council that you would want to have a pool that sits around 28 as well, and that swimmers can learn just to suck that up and get on with it, because it then creates a multi-use pool that you can have any school-age child jump into 28 degrees and they find it fine and they can swim in it. 26, as soon as you put in a 9-year-old boy that hasn't got any fat on him, his lips are blue and he's shivering within 5 minutes, they then get turned off swimming. So the 28 is probably the key temperature, and again you have to run a separate air handling system above the 28 degree pool to make sure you don't get condensation evaporation. So as far as a bulkhead goes, I would, you know, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but you know, I think there's real scope here for council to investigate better geothermal sourcing, better heating. I can tell you when I did the feasibility on my pool, just to do the heating on the 2 pools and to run the air treatment above the 2 pools, which is critical and you can't do without, that the equivalent pools in Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch cost $400,000 per year just in heating cost alone. So a 50-metre pool. So what are my costs? They would only be 10% of that. We have access to a geothermal bore, and with modern engineering, with really modern heat exchangers, with good water filtration, and with good planning, then you can run a pool really efficiently and effectively that provides quality water in a good environment.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we probably need to come and have a visit.
Would love to.
You enjoy the drive
Thank you very much. Obviously, just with time, we might just adjourn. Come back at.
We've got a petition. Can we?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we will. Yeah, sorry. We will get that out of the way. So, obviously, if we got any late items, I note there's a supplementary agenda was distributed on Thursday the 7th of November and is available on the TCC website. Is there any other? No, 0 late items. So do we need to have a mover and seconder for that?
No.
No, okay. And there's no confidential business to be transferred into the open. The change to order of business, I think we're back on track with pushing Memorial Pool out to Thursday, and then I'd just like to go. That's an overrun of this meeting. So obviously, as I said earlier, but looking at time, it's going to be tough to get through everything. Plus that, just want to ask for a confirmation of minutes to the extraordinary meeting, council meeting held on the 14th of October. Is there any corrections to those minutes? No corrections. Therefore, I put that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 14th of October 2024 be confirmed as true and correct. Can I have a mover? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is carried. And 7.2 minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 23rd of October 2024. Is there any corrections to those minutes? No corrections. Therefore, I say that the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on 23rd of October 2024 be confirmed as true and correct. All those in favour?
Mover.
Oh, sorry, mover and a seconder. Councillor Currat, Councillor Shula. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Any declarations of conflicts of interest for today's agenda? Obviously, if they come up, please let us know. Now I'd just like to invite Lisa Parker. She is on Harrington Street and has a petition to be received for to go from a one-way to a double lane road again on Harrington Street. Would you like to come and talk to the petition? You've got 5 minutes to talk, and followed by any questions.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to our and the public's concerns on Lower Harrington Street. It's important to refer to Lower Harrington Street as what we're looking at. I represent my business, Liquorland CBD. I do have the original petition forms, and I believe there's considerably more than forwarded if needed. We are experiencing a considerable backlash from the public on access and safety with the change in Lower Harrington Street to one way, and myself and the team wanted to be able to direct them to an action rather than face what has been a daily venting to us, hence the petition. I have with me my Liquorland franchisor operations manager, Peter Dupfield, and I want to thank him for travelling and attending. I have been the owner of Liquorland Mount Maunganui since 2003, 21 years, and purchased Liquorland CBD from the old Mills liquor store in 2015. We upgraded the premises at considerable cost, and 9 years later I have yet to recover the cost. COVID was particularly challenging with a business in the CBD with a long recovery as people chose to work from home. Just as we were recovering, we were asked to attend an information morning on the intended roading changes. I spent considerable time outlining my concerns to council and planners at this meeting on Friday the 2nd of February. My nervousness today is heightened following the response to this meeting. A council employee and contractor proceeded to purchase his liquor at our store that evening, commenting to my team that their owner was feisty yet hot. I appreciated the subsequent apology as organised by Sean Ged. However, from my perspective, I felt a lack of respect and consideration that any feistiness is simply a desperate attempt to protect a business, my income, and that of my team. We have worked closely with authorities to provide a legal service of alcohol beverages to be consumed responsibly. We appreciate and do not take lightly our privilege and responsibilities to sell alcohol. We are part of the Liquorland franchise that upholds strict standards and compliance checks. We have bi-monthly mystery shoppers, and these are reported to our Liquorland support office. I do not believe the consultation process was just. I was told at the meeting on the 2nd of February that works would start in March, a month's time. My concerns over loss of sales and business viability as a result, along with the safety concerns with a bus stop outside a liquor store, were raised and dismissed by council. During the consultation, there was no consideration that Maclean is also a one-way and that both streets travel in the same direction. In fact, the plans showed Maclean to be a cul-de-sac. I highlighted the concerns with heavy trucks forced to use the Strand. The reason given was as a trial to increase and streamline city traffic. Clearly this has not reached its objective. I would propose that the real reason is the large business construction. Customers and I are staggered that council would consider a bus stop outside a liquor store. I raised that the space was limited. We now face buses parked across our entrance as a further deterrent to customers. I think you've got a picture of that. It is a liquor ban area, yet now daily we pick up alcohol bottles and cans from outside our store and around the bus stop. 2 seats are provided at the bus stop right outside our store under the shade of a tree. Prior to the change, we had police commenting on the 8th of February, and I want to quote this, this is from the police, while alcohol is problematic in the CBD at times, I am reasonable in my opinion that the minority of society should not prevent the good majority of people being able to access legal items for purchase, alcohol, and a CBD or shopping mall seems to be an appropriate place for such services. By 6th of June, I'm receiving an email from the police saying the amenity and good order of the CBD is decreasing to the point where a licence renewal could be in jeopardy. So not only is my business in jeopardy because of lack of traffic and reduced sales, now I face the fact that my licence will not be renewed. We link that purely to the change in the roading and the demographic that's changed as a result. Our sales have dropped by over a third. The business is no longer viable, yet I have 2 years left on my lease with the added costs of rates, insurance, etc. for the building. I have personally guaranteed the lease. I have tried to sublease engaging Collier's property. With a lack of traffic and restricted access, the place has been unable to be leased. I have provided notice to the landlord that on lease expiry we will not renew. In discussion with Liquorland Limited, my franchisor, I have permission to shut the doors February next year. I will be left with nearly $200,000 in lease obligations. I brought my operations manager, he can attest to the drops in sales as a result of the roading. It's directly linked to the time the roading started. I have only asked for Lower Harrington Street to return to a two-way street. It would mean a lot to our customers, my team to hold their jobs, and I can as a business owner remain open. Yeah, I would question whether council want to keep the faith of existing small business owners with consideration of their needs, or are we prepared to sacrifice existing small business for a future city with large corporates and newer, smaller businesses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wonder if I can just ask Nick, a question, or maybe Gareth. Like the current system that's there for one ways, is that a trial, or is that and is like what's the time frame on that?
Yeah, so it is a trial, and we're reviewing the data on functionality and feedback, of course, as it comes in, and we're looking at having a workshop with council presenting that data early in the new year to look at further decision making around that. But the trial is set up for a 2-year duration at this point.
All right, no, thank you. That was just from clarification. We've got Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi. Not a question, but I want to apologise for the comments that were directed about you. That's not what we stand for, so you have my apologies for that, and I know the team will share that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. I think that is shared around the table. Councillor Crowther.
Thank you very much. Sorry. My question is around in the consultation. You seem to be saying that it wasn't talked about in terms of the construction around that, the Northern Quarter development. Is that, I'm just trying to understand how it was presented to you, because it was certainly a key driver, as I was told, before I was on council, that was a key part of the whole concept, was because of construction on Te Manuataki side and the Northern Quarter side, that they were looking at a number of changes to the traffic flow around the city. So I'm just wondering what was conveyed in that construction, and whether your understanding is that bus stops are just a temporary location.
Thank you. No, at no stage was it mentioned that it was to do with construction. In fact, you're the first to actually admit that is, or indicate that is.
To be clear, that's what I was informed before I was a councillor, so I don't want to kind of
Yeah, okay. So we were told at the consultation that it was a trial and that it was to increase the flow throughout town. I do believe that the main reason has been because of the construction, and that they have extended onto the footpath, which has pushed the footpath out, which has pushed the parking out, which is therefore they've decided it's a one-way. I do believe there's space there for it to still be a two-way. I again want to use the term consultation really lightly. I was told it was a done deal and that the construction would be moving in March. I spoke to the police and at that stage indicated with the bus stop, they were absolutely shocked and said, surely not. They were assured that it was not a depot, that it was just a stop. The situation continues to get worse. There's now 2 seats there. There didn't used to be seats. Now there's 2 seats. And we have the council sending us pictures of people intoxicated and drinking, and they go down and they ask them where they've purchased their liquor, and they've purchased it for us, and we get visits by the police saying it's our responsibility. We are now watching our cameras to see what's happening on the street, and then I'm getting my team going, well, am I stepping out onto the street and telling them again it's an alcohol ban? Safety of our team, we're not responsible for what happens on the street. We advise them it's a liquor ban. We say if we see you out there again, you're trespassed. We stop people. Literally, when we're trying to survive, we're saying, no, we saw you out at the bus stop drinking it. You can no longer come in our store. I cannot understand why you would put a bus stop outside a liquor store with 2 seats under the shade of a tree. It's asking for trouble, and we get that trouble.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I'm having been a business person in Harrington House for 12.5 years. I understand very much the concerns. I was also never consulted with 15 people in our office plus consultants about the traffic, and it was only recently I understood that it was because of so that roads didn't have to be closed when construction meant it did. We also had the Harrington House car park beside us, so but we did use your facilities and use your get our alcohol from your store. But I just understand, and I think it's really important that we are hearing from people that are consulted with and the meaning of that word, and it's something that we as elected members are saying, we need to do that better. But I'd also go back to Nick. So in terms of that bottom half of Harrington, Lower Harrington is a really wide street. Is that something that we can look at to say if the trial's not working, is that something that we can change and have a different trial to see if that improves it?
Can I just start to also to support your comments about the unacceptable comments that were made. Just from a staff perspective, this is the first I hear of it, and of course I will follow up on that as well. So thank you very much for sharing that, and it's not an easy environment to share it in either, but definitely we'll follow up on that. And also just acknowledging that the change that is happening in the city, it's affecting a lot of people. With the construction that's going on, I am surprised that wasn't well understood or possibly not well communicated, that is the driver for the trial. Anyway, it is what it is. I can't wind back the clock, but with the growth, there's of course a lot of competing interests, and it's actually lanes generally versus parking. But for Lower Harrington, it is actually possible to do something different. I didn't actually mean to share that at this point, because I don't want to preempt the options or any decisions that are being made there. So without any commitments, I guess I can share that we're looking at options that will be presented at that workshop and early in the new year.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say one other thing after 21 years being in the liquor industry. Look, I take it as a privilege and I take it as a responsibility. I have kids as well coming up through the environment. We only open from 10 till 7, shutting at 8 only on the Friday, Saturday nights. I know the customer base, and at that time of the night, financially, I should stay open later. And even through all of this challenge of viability to the business, I've chosen not to open early because there's a certain demographic that are shopping for alcohol very early in the CBD, and I certainly have chosen to shut late for my team's safety and to increase the amenity in the CBD. I guess I feel really sad from my personal point of view when I do have to shut and you do get a liquor license back in. You may not get someone who considers it a privilege and the responsibility in town rather than a money-making venture.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming and talking and obviously answering all our questions. I think on the basis of that, I would like to request a staff report on the petition and considering the request to return Lower Harrington Street to a two-way, but also some wider information on the one-way trial and how that's progressing. So we'd like to see that come to council.
My current understanding is that we were planning to go out to do some engagement early in the new year with the city centre business community to understand this type of feedback on the one-way trial and then bring that back in a report pretty soon after you come back from hiatus in the new year. Whether or not you want to deal with Lower Harrington as a separate issue and bring that forward, that could be an opportunity.
Yeah. So okay, we'll separate that out to we'll do Lower Harrington to a two-way. Maybe could we have that by 9th of December? Is that a possibility?
That would be good.
Yeah, we can do that. There's a bit of reluctance, hesitancy in that though, because you kind of need to treat it as a system. But if we run into any sort of system-wide implications for that, we can call that out.
Yeah.
But at least report back on the lower part at the December meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Shirley.
This may also be a system issue, but part of the submission is around the bus stop in front as well. Is that something that we'd also consider as part of this, or is that separate?
What is that bus stop? Is it a bus stop or is it a waiting?
Well, it's the bus stop isn't in front of the liquor shop, but as it happens from time to time, I think they're by default the buses stop there, which they shouldn't. So the bus stop is just adjacent, and it's one of those things that we look far and wide right across the city centre about the bus stops as well. So that went through quite a rigorous process of decision making before we landed where we did with that, with a lot of feedback as well. So.
Right. So I'll ask. Sorry.
Yeah, just wondering, it would be helpful though to, if you're looking at the trial, so not so much this particular issue where I guess there's an acute issue with us, but there's this, if you like, chronic concern the number of bus users have with it, notwithstanding that we're putting in a different facility and this end of Durham Street, so that's been signed off and that's all go ahead. But in terms of the other locations and the routes of the buses and the impacts on the network, I'm just wondering if when you come back in February, it'll be, I presume, with a review and engagement on the CBD, was it pilot system, that the bus aspect of that is clearly laid out, because I think there's still a lot of confusion about what is temporary and what is permanent, or semi-permanent, medium term, I think is the jargon, in terms of the other bus locations in the city outside of Durham Street. So if that could be really clearly laid out and what the options might be, if there are any, around that once you review that system.
Yeah, so I've got a note of that, and I think that goes with a system-wide perspective on it as well, and it's something that we need to work with the regional council and the joint PT committee on as well. We will be involved with that. So thank you.
Okay, so I'll move that we request a staff report on the petition and consider the request to return Lower Harrington Street to a two-way at the December 9 council meeting. Councillor Schooler is seconding that. Would you like to speak?
I'd just like to say I think it's a good outcome. I think there's a bit of water under the bridge that we need to be very cognizant of, and thank you very much for your honesty and being brave and talking to us. It's hard, and I think it does highlight the situation where we're saying, yay, let's make the CBD the heartbeat of Tauranga, but in actual fact it's the business owners that are here right now that we need to keep, and it's really important that we do learn from this, because we do need those businesses to keep operating, and we do want those services in the CBD and to a thriving CBD. So it's wider than, I mean, this instance is really important, but I think it's just a learning from all of us as elected members and staff, please, that number one, we do consultation is not just telling, and the story I told, my landlord who lived in Hamilton and owned the whole building with, I think, 14 tenants, he got told, he got consulted with, but he didn't ask us. So it's that we've got to work out what does engagement mean, and we have to know the business people we are talking to, because they're really important for Tauranga.
Anyone else like to speak? Therefore, I'll put the motion, which is now up on the screen. Give everyone a minute to read that. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We will now take a short break. We'll come back at 11:45. We will try to keep this one short because we've got lunch shortly. So thank you. All right, we'll re-adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Item is recommendations from other. None. So we'll move on to 11.1, which is the Chief Executive Summary. Marty Greenfield to come in and talk to his report.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report's a very simple summary of the council agenda. Just a couple of the highlights. We have two reports in relation to the annual plan. One is to get some guidance on the capital program and what that might look like for the 25-26 annual plan, and likewise some principles around the budget and the balanced budget approach. There's also two reports on growth-related matters. One is seeking some funding for inclusion in the annual plan, and the other one is making Plan Change 33 operative. We have a report on the city operations, which essentially is the in-housing of our Parks and Reserves maintenance program, and we'll be seeking some guidance on the future of that and the opportunity that might exist to bring in other contracts. And we've already alluded to the fact that the Memorial Park report, which has been sitting on the table for the last 3 weeks, that'll be deferred until Thursday.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Kurak.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Item 2, number 1, key principles to inform budgets, including defining value for money. And I see that's covered in that report. But also, is there anything coming to us in terms of affordability? I've raised that at a couple of meetings. Is that something we could look at in terms of something coming to a council meeting around that? Because it's a difficult issue when we're talking about, particularly in terms of the rate-paying community.
Thank you, Councillor. We hadn't intended to specifically provide information on affordability, other than the fact that through the long-term plan we've signalled the projected rate increases per annum out over that 10-year period, and we'll be seeking guidance as part of not only resetting the capital program and understanding what the impact of a balanced or a sustainable income to revenue budget looks like, as to whether or not the proposed rate increase is one which council considers to be affordable or not to the community. Look, ultimately it becomes a decision for council on the affordability and the ability for a community to pay or not pay.
And follow up. So during the consultation process around the annual plan or a 10-year plan or long-term plan, is there generally some effort made in terms of trying to determine from the community the support or not around the affordability around there? I'm just thinking historically, has affordability been included in any consultation documents in the past? Because I can't recall much. And in terms of moving forward, should we actually include a section around affordability?
The community aren't shy in letting council know whether or not they agree with the various increases in rates. So obviously it's a topical discussion, and so through any consultation process we do generally hear back as to whether or not people can afford or not afford, or are willing to pay or not. But I see Jeremy's moved to the table. But we don't necessarily go out and ask or consult the community whether they would like a 2% rate increase, a 10% rate increase, or a 15% rate increase. Essentially we determine what we believe is to be the right program, the levels of service, and then we gauge what we believe is the affordability of that, and that guides the council decision making.
Mr. Chair, the closest proxy perhaps to that conversation was in 2009 when the council of the day had a funding conversation and crisis at the time perhaps, and the broad conversation through that LTP was, do you want to put up rates or do you want to cut services? And effectively that was a proxy for an affordability versus level of service type conversation. At that time it was around about, top of head, it was about 60-40, would rather put the rates up than cut the services. So, you know, depending on your personal margin of error, it's pretty close. But that's the only time in my memory we've had an explicit conversation which might be deemed to be affordability.
I think just from my comments, you know, we've sort of set a fairly strict criteria that we're not prepared to put rates above, you know, the increases in the long-term plan. And I guess the way I see it, until we can get back to a balanced budget, then there isn't really a conversation to have around lowering rates or lowering the increases. But as soon as we get to that point, we can certainly take into account affordability. And I think, you know, that is one of the priorities of this council is around that engagement and consultation. And I think there's an opportunity there to sort of have that conversation that Jeremy was just mentioning. You know, do you want this rates increase, this rates increase, or this rates increase, and this is the consequence of that. So our community understand that, you know, are they prepared to compromise on the level of service? But again, until we get to that point where we've got a balanced budget, you know, we're effectively, if we just cut rates, we're just going to be going further into debt and effectively, you know, putting ourselves in a worse position. So, you know, that would probably be what I would look for is probably this annual plan. We can certainly ask some questions around that, what our community can afford, but going forward, that's hopefully, if we can get to that balanced budget, we can start having those conversations as to, you know, where do rates go from here.
A couple of questions over here.
Councillor Schooler.
Thanks, me Mahi. And I think well raised, Councillor Kurek. I think it's really important that we talk about it at all stages, and it's actually not just the level of service, because we are hearing, and I certainly heard through my campaign, that we're not, you know, is the council that's become this great big employer of people, is it delivering at every level? And we get upset when we say constructively we hope, how do we do this better? But it's not just about decreasing level of service, it's also about being more efficient and utilising that rates money better, not necessarily just adding people. And these are conversations we're going to keep having about how we do it, how we actually utilise the current staff we've got rather than getting consultants in. It's about, because it's not just capital budget that we have to cut down. I noticed some of the comments are council has instructed that projects move from this year or next year to the year after. Well, we only instructed because there wasn't any money to deliver them now. It wasn't a, yay, let's move them forward. So I'm very supportive of Councillor Kurek's questioning about affordability, and we have to think of, it's not just about cutting projects or saying the level of service is going to come down. We also have to say, how does this organisation work, and is it the most efficient way, and how do we do that a little bit differently, which we are asking you as our CEO to lead that change. Marty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I think the City Operations report later on the agenda will be a good example of that and be able to tease that one out.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you say, Deputy Mayor, is correct, and that to me is part of balancing the budget, is looking at those items and seeing where we can be more efficient. But from there, it's like the decision around how far the rates go up. That becomes a level of service once we've cut anything that we can out of the business. So have we got any more questions for Marty? Councillor Crowther.
Well, we seem to be in discussion, so I'll discuss as well.
Sorry, if you've got any questions, and then we'll go into we can go into debate. So, yeah.
Okay.
If we've got any further questions,
we were in discussion, basically.
Like we're in debate mode.
All right. Thank you very much. Therefore, I ask that we receive the report, Chief Executive Summary Report. Have I got a mover and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Currat, Councillor Crowther. And I now ask if Councillor Currat would like to speak to.
Yes, thank you, Mahay. Just further to my question to the Chief Executive around the specific looking for us to define value for money. Value for money is one thing, but affordability is another. And you can think about the value if I wanted to buy a Ferrari and I could buy it for 200,000 instead of 400,000, and that provides performance and etc. But you've got to ask yourself first: can you afford that 200 grand, which is half the 400k price ticket? Now, the value's there, but can we afford it? And that's why it's a separate discussion. Definitely define value, and let's get value from the projects that we want to deliver to our community, and they're important projects, but we need to establish the level of affordability to even deliver those projects. So it just sort of goes hand in hand, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Currat. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Currat. I think they're completely separate, but interlinked. And I personally would like to see the evidence base around affordability. And I say that because, partly because yesterday we had a really good presentation from staff around the changing dynamic of people and what the 2023 census has shown us, the ageing demographic, the rise in certain ethnic communities and the style of living that various communities are wanting, and that, of course, the housing unaffordability and shortage. And I think all that plays together into this whole conversation. I'd like to see the evidence when we make the decisions ultimately around what we think is the best balance there. So I personally don't want the approach that you suggested, Marty, in terms of which I know is a very typical response of just going out with the one option. I've raised this before. I much prefer the approach that Auckland Council took and others have taken, where you give a more comprehensive range of choice. I guess I would suggest to the Mayor that you might want to have a word to your campaign manager and get back in touch with Mayor Brown and look at what he said around these very issues, which is that you have to balance the budget, you have to keep rates down, and you have to get an affordable outcome for your city. Words to that effect. I'm not quoting him, but and I think that's the bottom line for me, to move in that direction where we don't just trade off that we're wanting to buy Ferraris, to use Councillor Currat's term, and get a value for money Ferrari, but meantime people just can't afford to access any of that. So I'd like three options. I'd like nuance around it, I'd like evidence around it. I think this is a huge issue, and a lot of what we're doing now in terms of the capital program could play strongly into that. And I don't agree that if we have a balanced budget in our term, that we have to stick to the LTP rates increases. Those rates increases are too high. 12.5% plus a 9% margin as it currently looks. Even the 12.5 is too high, let alone the 21.5. So I think we have to get it down to single figures. We have to look at whether we can balance the budget in 1 year or not. And to me, that all has to be part of this equation. And we have to keep all that on the table until we go out and hear from our community. If we cut that off the community won't be able to give us the feedback they want to give us, and we won't get the outcome that the community wants.
Right, thank you, Councillor Crowther. Is there any other discussion around the Chief Executive's report? Probably merged into the annual plan report, so we'll. All right. Therefore, I put the motion that the council receives the report, Chief Executive summary report. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item of business, which is annual plan process and principles, which we've probably covered a part of, but we'll ask. Jeremy's going to be speaking to the report. Thank you.
So this is the hors d'oeuvres, I guess, before the main meal of the CapEx stuff, but this starts to set the scene for the annual plan. We've given you a brief timeline, just so that's all beginning to get in the minds. Clearly it's subject to your adoption of next year's timetable, which hasn't happened yet, but based on where we're at the moment, or at least a week ago, those are the dates we're looking at. So there may be a slight tweak around the CTEC committee meeting, which is there on page 53. The report also outlines the sort of basic principles for developing the annual plan, one of which is affordability. And most of these were taken from the LTP process. The value for money one has been added overtly through this council and your repeated messages. And then for the purposes of opening up a discussion, which is kind of already open, we've provided some form of tighter definition about what you actually mean by value for money. Those are our words at the moment. It'd be really good to make them your words, and then we would have that direction to work from.
Is there any questions for Jeremy? Councillor Currat.
This morning we had a submission from a pool operator, and we had a submission from a provider of indoor courts, with the father being involved in construction. And the message that we received is that you could get far better value by taking a different approach. When we look at defining value, we seem to be limited to sort of certain council approaches in terms of asset or project delivery around procurement, etc., which seems to be quite different to the private sector. You know, we employ expensive consultants, architects, whatever, that, as one pointed out, are driven to perhaps promote or design a project of far greater cost because it's expected they get the 10-12% of that budget in terms of what is generally accepted within the market out there. That's one factor. How can we perhaps, and this is not a question for you, but perhaps for Nick, how do we try and get value for projects to overcome that potential inherent problem where it can be over-designed or over-specced in terms of the look and feel, or you've got the form over function issue. Being promoted by the private sector is basically function. Form takes the back step. We saw this they're promoting a building that would provide the perfect function for an indoor court or the pool complex, provide the perfect function, but not so much the form. And there must be a balance there. And so from the staff perspective, is there a focus over form before, ahead of function? How do you control that when you engage architects and so forth who want to design and deliver this grandiose solution to providing for our community?
Anyone else want to have a go? No.
Seriously, this is a big issue.
It's a big question, and if we had the answer to it, I think we could deliver much better value for money. And I think the Darlow Tucker report from last year pointed to the fact that including some independent advice from the private sector can be one way to achieve that. We do operate in a very different environment to the private sector. We can't do deals like negotiated with one supplier. We have to make sure that we follow through on procurement norms, that we keep probity issues, transparency, all of that at front of mind. But I think you're right. There is a better balance to be found in our procurement and delivery, and it's a problem that the sector has had forever. I think particularly in the professional services game, where sometimes it is hard for us to stipulate what presents value to us rather than the supplier. There's a long history in the sector of us trying to limit the scope, have the professional services provider give us a design that's as skinny as possible. Then it doesn't give us the life expectancy that we were looking for, and then we go back and beat them over the head with a rule book. So of course then they add some fat to the design, and there's you do cycles of this, right? And finding that balance is really, really tricky. We're trying things from time to time. We go about it in different ways, and I think that's all we can do. And it's a long game to establish what actually generates value for money and not, and where have we pushed it too far. A lot of examples around the city where we have pushed it too far, where we thought we were getting value for money, but actually we undermined the longevity of the solution. So it's a work in progress, and I think the best we can do is to acknowledge that and look under every rock to find those opportunities. If there are other people around the table who want to comment on that, I'm more than happy to seek help.
I'm not sure about what, but look, I think over the last few years, I think, Councillor, what you brought up is absolutely a focus for us as a team. It's about ensuring that we get the best community facility for the most cost-effective and efficient way, and that's whole of life costs. That's what's the best use for the entire community. So we're a little bit different to a business that might be building something for a specific purpose. We're building something for a wider community usage, but we have taken some steps around it. Independent advisory groups who are bringing independent commercial nous in our mix. We've got some very clever people that we employ, but bringing in some of these commercial independent people has certainly allowed us to think outside our square. We've got different relationships with the likes of Foster's or Hebs, where we're actually working with a design and build. So I mean, certainly not there's quite a lot of initiatives going on that we could have a session on, but just to give you some confidence that it is front of mind for us, and we do a lot of work trying to ensure that we get the best outcome for the community, not always the cheapest, but the best whole of life cost. Don't know if that's added any value or not.
Have we got any other questions for staff? Councillor Schooler.
Thank you. So just having a look at the set of principles, and I think it's really important that we do have a set of principles. The one I'm just gonna, and I'm aware we have come in as elected members with quite different demands on us from the people of Tauranga than perhaps our predecessors had, and that is meaning that I think the word Jeremy used, we're overtly focusing on financials sometimes, and I think that's true because that's demanded of us. So to me, those principles are are all good, but they're a little bit, as Councillor Kurik has already said, you know, where does affordability, value for money, financial stability, where do they fit in? So I would like something like robust and transparent financial analysis on all projects, so that we've just got something that means that we know we've inherited some projects and we're looking and saying, was there robust and transparent financial analysis done? We know we also have to do environmental analysis and community analysis, but I'm not feeling as much that that's the bit that's missing. So from your side, staff, where do you think that fits into your current principles, or do we need to add another one?
Obviously, new words you can look at from different angles, but I think the conversations around financial sustainability and affordability and value for money cover some of that, but there's absolutely no problem adding another one to reiterate that and to make it clearer. That's no problem.
My fellow members like robust and transparent financial analysis as a principle that we are operating the annual plan under.
I'm in love with it.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry, we'll I think we'll just pause that to when we're debating, but yes, do like it. Have we got any other questions for staff? Councillor Baker.
Sure. Great work, staff. Just having a read through the report and the effort that you guys have taken to try and listen to what we're saying and put it into something that's digestible for us to make sense and make good decisions on. Support what you said, Jen. I'm just wondering though, the first three seem like they effectively say the same thing to me. It's all about money. We could probably just save words effectively or intention, because I feel like, and this is acknowledging that I'm not the most financially literate person to make these kind of decisions, but it all just kind of sounds like real money centric, that we could probably look at combining the three, because once we determine and understand what value means, that's also going to speak to some of the kōrero that's actually in the paying a fair share, ongoing financial sustainability and affordability. So they just sound like they could all be one thing. I don't know how they're distinctly different and will positively impact the long-term plan process.
So the way that they're different at the moment, and I presume we're talking about the top three on page 54 rather than the first one before that.
Yeah.
So the paying a fair share is about how the organisation spreads the encumbrance. Okay, I got an old version perhaps. How the organisation spreads the encumbrance across all the people who use and benefit from what we do. So that's the balance between rates and user fees and charges and development contributions and other sources of revenue. The second one is more about council's own financial sustainability, because we could do the first one, but actually run council into the ground, and the balanced budget is another phrase we've heard a number of times now. So that's more about the council organisation. And then the affordability is the conversation you had earlier on, is you could create a fair share, but if it's unaffordable all across, then that's a different consideration to bring into it. So there are three separate considerations through all decision making in our view.
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, thanks, Duff. I mean, for me, this is great that there has been put down on paper and for us to consider. And I think the report's really well put together. And these things, as you've highlighted, looking after what we've got, paying a fair share, ongoing financial sustainability, affordability, growth pays for growth, and value for money certainly does capture it. And just moving on a little bit further down, it might support Hautapa, but I like the part you've got about absolute value for money versus the relative value for money, because I think that does bring into the answers of maybe some of the Deputy Mayor's questions and yours, Hautapa, about the monetary side versus the social side of creating value. So I think that is also, and I think that's also been covered. Thanks for that, and hopefully that gives you something there, Deputy Mayor and Hautapa.
Councillor Schooler.
Thank you. Just page 59, post-project delivery measuring benefits. We had quite a 151 pages, I think, of the reporting against something at the meeting last week, and I'm now seeing implement benefit realisation plans and conduct post-implementation reviews. I would like to see baseline is set that we measure against, and we measure against progress against baseline. This just seems to be quite complex. Is that council speak for the same thing, or is this something different?
It is consistent with that. It's basically saying, we said we're going to deliver something for a certain cost. Have we delivered something, that something for a certain cost? That's what it's comparing.
And we're starting with, we said this is baseline from what we deliver on, this is the cost, and this is where we're going to get to.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so plain as speak would be great for me, please.
Any other questions, Councillor Baker? Yeah.
Kia ora, sorry. So just two things, just for clarity's sake, on page 54, 19, it's got annual plan principles, and then there's 5 there that are different to what, are those what were the old principles, and we're looking to adopt new principles for this process? And the second question is, and I may have answered it by acknowledging my acknowledgements at the start of my first question, but why are our current principles so money driven?
So the first answer is that what's in 19 is more around the objectives and the challenges within the LTP. So that's sort of the framing. And the second answer as to why the principles are around money is essentially the annual plan's a budget.
It's also probably a strong correlation to what we've been saying over the last 3 months as well, around
overtly.
Yeah, around that financial.
Maybe next time financial questions I'll email first. But, no, I just think while we have been speaking a lot of that stuff, there's still us. Community has still been also at the heart of what we've been discussing, and what we also campaigned on, and it just that part might be not fully there, but could be fleshed out through the value part. So just wanting to know.
Yeah, no, I think your points are really good, and I think Jeremy does sort of touch on it, and we're working towards a budget. That's what this is, and we can absolutely deliver the community outcomes as part of that process. But and whether we need another principle that around engagement or consultation, that could be something that goes in. Yeah.
So sorry, I was just thinking, with your points a bit earlier, Marty, around we set this budget, or we set our work program as an organisation, and that effectively determines rates. Have we tried to flip that and see what outcomes the reverse process would produce?
So we probably have done the reverse process in the fact we've said,
and it didn't work.
What we're saying now is that's how it's always been done.
I got you.
You do the outcomes, and so what we're saying is rates aren't going above this. So we have to work within that envelope, rather than in the past we've said we want to do this, and this. At the end of the day, the number is that. We're saying we're working the other way and saying this is the number. What can we do for that?
Just give me a yellow and tell me to shush.
Yeah, no, that's good. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'd like to support Councillor Baker's comments. I just asked Jeremy, is there any reason we can't insert, along with the ongoing financial sustainability of the organisation, something around the economic, social, environmental and cultural sustainability of the city? Or words to that effect?
No.
Thank you. That's an easy one. Have we got any other questions for staff? All right, thank you very much to all the staff for answering those questions. We have a recommendation to put to council.
Put up on the screen, and we've added in what in red what Councillor Schooler has potentially put up. If
Okay.
she wants to move it.
So you happy to move that, Deputy Mayor?
I would still like some further discussion around the other 6. Considering the conversations we've just had, I would like to consider what those principles are, because I think I definitely like that addition, but delivering outcomes valued by the people of Tauranga was a little bit more on what Hautapa was saying, and so I just wonder if we have a bit more conversation about that before we accept those headings, principles.
All right. Well, maybe we have a bit of a discussion. We can also put the motion and then have that discussion and make amendments, or we can have a bit more of a discussion and then put a what's everyone's preference. All right. We'll have a discussion and see if we can agree before we have a motion on the table. So, Councillor Roseboom.
So, further to the discussion part, the staff have actually asked in this, can we give them feedback on what we consider value for money to be? Is that actually on?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I've sent a variation of a definition for value for money through to Coral. If she can put that on the screen, we can discuss whether the one that staff have proposed or whether the one that I'm putting forward for discussion, and we come to an agreement of what we all think is value for money.
So the current the staff recommendation was value for money refers to the efficient, effective and economic use of public resources to achieve the best possible outcomes for Tauranga. Very well put, I think.
Pretty well encapsulated.
And then Councillor Roseboom's alternative is value for money is defined as the most advantageous combination of cost, quality and sustainability to meet council requirements.
Community requirements, really.
And then that in that context, cost means consideration of the whole life cost. Quality means meeting a specification which is fit for purpose and sufficient to meet the council's requirements. And sustainability means economic, social and environmental benefits considered in the business case in support of council procurement. Have we got any comments on that? Councillor Schuller?
Yeah, I mean, for me, 40 as written covers value for money fairly adequately. It's broad and it links in with what's through the rest of it. So, I mean, I don't disagree with what's put up there, but is it materially different from what we've got in front of us?
Councillor Taylor?
I quite like Martin's extension, the sustainability definition there. It sort of goes back to some of the stuff that Councillor Baker was talking about earlier. And when looking at other things other than just the financial cost of an item.
Mm. Councillor Curran.
And from what I said earlier, I quite like the one that quality means meeting a specification which is fit for purpose and sufficient to meet the council's. I prefer that to be community requirements. I particularly like that.
Councillor Scholar.
I think because we have made value for money a really important thing for us, I think having the additional context is actually good, so that when we are considering business cases, when we are looking at alternatives, we do look at the context as well as just the numbers. I think council in Councillor Roseboom's suggestions, we need to say is that the people of Tauranga, and I think the same I would have said for the best possible outcome for the people of Tauranga rather than Tauranga. But I also quite like the additional context that is here.
Councillor Roseboom.
just going to say I am open to open discussion on changing some of the wording to meet a collective agreement, but I would prefer to define the terms, the value for money, what we're actually trying to achieve, as opposed to a statement around what we think it means, because without defining each word, we can wander off.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate Councillor Roseboom's definition of quality, because I think it speaks to the design process and the build process. Sustainability brings the community into it in terms of the community's requirements, but I think that the existing definition on screen is, it doesn't provide wriggle room. My only concern, and it is entirely valid that it be there because it reflects the LGA, but the third part in terms of sustainability can be at times considered to be an escape clause for not achieving value for money. So that's just something that's causing me to reflect a little bit. Needs to be there, but how do we assure ourselves that it's not an escape clause for not achieving value for money?
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, I like. Thank you, Martin. This is great, and it would be awesome to find a blend of the two, because I think there's a way to really make that work that speaks to what we're all trying to achieve. Can you just clarify why council and not community? What was the rationale for that, for putting council in?
Is this in relation to the third one?
It's said twice.
Yeah, it's said a couple of times. So
The second to last line and in the first line. In
the centre one, I was just trying to convey a sense of open discussion, really. The last one is to support council procurement. Well, the council's the one doing the procuring.
Oh, sure. Sorry, no, so the value for money is defined as sustainability to meet council's requirements.
To meet
why council and not
requirements of the people of
community?
Tauranga?
Or yeah, why council and not the people of Tauranga? And then in the definition for quality, it's then got meet the council's requirements. Like why council and not people of Tauranga or community? Just for clarity.
We're actually asking the council to do this. This is what's happening in our design development costing phase.
No, so we're keeping the last one, the procurement stays.
Yeah.
But there's a quality, on quality, it's got a council as well.
Council's
So that's
requirements.
to meet
Oh no,
the
that can be
requirements,
changed.
yeah.
That can be changed to community.
Or
I'm open
people
to
of Tauranga.
changing my words. Yes.
I was just wanting to know why you went.
Can we change the?
Never mind, if it's all.
No, I think people are agreeing.
I think we're agreeing here.
Yeah.
So do you want community or people of Tauranga?
I was just wanting to understand your rationale for defining council in that, or stating council in that, defining quality and not
We could include
community or
both.
people of Tauranga.
Whatever's the.
Am I losing you? Sorry.
No, you're right.
No, you're fine. When I was putting this together, I was sitting in a space of us, really, I think.
Yeah.
The team of 10 space as opposed to the community space. That's okay.
To meet the requirements of the people of Tauranga on the first under value for money. The 4 requirements.
No, we've done that one. That's
Yeah, thank you. I quite like aspects of both. I like Jeremy or the staff's wording, and I like Martin's as well. But I was just thinking they do have slightly different things that they're highlighting. So I just sort of ran it together, and I think read it out. It just says value for money is defined as the most advantageous combination of cost, quality, and sustainability, and refers to the efficient, effective and economical use of public resources to achieve the best possible outcomes for Tauranga. So to me, I know it's a bit wordy, but if we're wanting to get the different concepts, that's one option. I can see we could have a major wordsmithing exercise if we go through it. But I also want to say that as part of the discussion, I'd like to signal that if people are interested, I'd prefer we had for the higher level thing where it says the principles that we have ongoing financial sustainability of the council, seeing that's what it seems to be referring to, and then have a separate point there, which is the ongoing economic, social and environmental sustainability of the city. So that we actually tease out, in line with Councillor Baker's point as well, that to make it clear that yes, it's an annual plan, yes, it's about financial things, but as part of that, we have to look at the economic and social and environmental outcomes for the city right at that level, in my view. So happy to have further discussion on it.
Can you say that again, what you said?
I can email it through to Coral if that's helpful.
Yeah, I actually think, you know, blending those two together is quite advantageous, because I think they do. Yes, it is a bit wordy, but I think it does. Every part of it is you know, relevant. Yeah, on that, I think, like, my suggestion around that would be, you know, just adding that principle of ongoing financial, economic and environmental sustainability, you know, rather than have a separate principle, would probably be my view on that. You know, overall, I think, you know, that ongoing financial sustainability, if we don't actually put city in there, that kind of does talk a little bit to, you know, sustainability for our people as well. You know, that they've got to be able to sustain, you know, sort of speaks into that affordability. Again, I think these principles are pretty good, and, you know, I really appreciate, I guess, the work staff have done, and I know some of these are taking stuff forward, but obviously that lens of what they've heard over the last 3 months. So I really appreciate that effort, and I guess it's a good opportunity now to discuss if there's alternative principles or if there's anything missing from that list.
I just wonder if we and it doesn't make much difference, but putting them in a different order so that we're actually saying, looking after what we've got, that's status quo, paying a fair share, and then affordability, and then growth pays for growth, or maybe affordability and value for money. But I just think at the moment they're just a bit muddled up. So robust and transparent financial analysis probably does go after. So I think the ongoing financial sustainability, the ongoing economic and robust and transparent financial, that's sort of how we do it. But what we're trying to do is we're starting with what we've got, yes, but then we've got the principles that we do have to pay a fair share, but it needs to be affordable, but growth pays for growth. Those go together. And then the rest, and I don't know where value for money fits in. Which probably we can probably do that after. We can probably agree them and then.
Is that actually relevant? I mean, we're not asking to prioritise them. If they're all important, they're up there.
Yeah.
Does it really matter if we're, you know, alphabetically? I don't think it's part of what we need to decide today.
You're right.
What's everyone's thoughts around those two ongoing, if we just said ongoing financial, economic, social and environmental sustainability?
Connect them.
Like, so just take that second one out and just add that to the. And I personally just think we take out council and city because it talks to more than that.
Yeah.
It's
So just add to the red one financial before economic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there, financial, comma.
Yeah.
And then take the first one out, the one before that out. That's assuming we've got financial sustainability now. Ongoing. Is the word ongoing important?
ongoing means sustainable.
Yeah.
Sustainability is ongoing by definition.
So yeah, my only comment sort of now looking at those principles is that robust and transparent financial analysis. Is that a principle, or is that is that how we get there? You know, like we do robust and transparent financial analysis in order to move into those principles. That would just be my comment. I don't know.
The context is the development of the annual plan, and you'd certainly like to see that in the development of the plan.
Well, I don't know. Is that a principle, or is that a how, or an action?
It's just an expectation.
It's still a principle to me, because before you go in the annual plan, it has to have met that test.
Yeah, you'd hope.
Yeah.
Does that? I'm just asking. Is that value for money that you've had to do that robust and transparent?
No, different.
Different.
To me.
Okay. What's got any other views around the table?
We also, the one that Hotapu was talking about, so deliver outcomes valued by the people of Tauranga, is that covered by financial, economic, social, environmental sustainability?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with
Okay.
that.
And do we want social or community? I know social sustainability is.
That's interesting. Cultural sustainability.
Yeah, probably.
Or community.
Could
Okay.
cultural replace
Happy with
social?
that.
Or?
No,
No.
full well-being
Okay.
and active social, economic, cultural, and environmental.
Providing this direction, I hope.
Oh, the value for money.
Yeah, so we've got an either or at the value for money. So there's
Yeah, so
the first one
We'll
and-
work with whatever you give us.
Can we just do a merge?
Time frame.
Oh,
So I think it just refers to.
Sorry.
Before we put it on the long-term plan.
Yeah, it's a good question. Sorry, I didn't realise. We've got a merge version that Councillor Crowther has. So we'll just. So that was the original one.
I think you just take from the refers to the end of that and put it.
That's the. So that's either or that one. That's the merged version.
Yeah.
Provided, or there's the one that Councillor Rose wants one at the bottom. Can you just lift it up a little bit?
Yeah, Councillor
Like
Schuler.
outcomes for the people of Tauranga.
Just a question, Deputy Mayor. Do you not think that your robust financial analysis or business case analysis actually informs those other things that we're trying to achieve? Like, does it not, like, by doing that as part of achieving those outcomes, I'm not sure it sits in with that group. We have to put
I
that-
just know it's been missing, so I would like it there. So I might be wrong that it's not a principle, it's a tool, but it's just because it's so important, still like it on the list.
Yeah. I'm just,
So,
yeah,
so the other question is the best possible outcome for Tauranga versus for the people of Tauranga. If central government says this is what Tauranga needs to do, and our people decide it's different, I would still like to be thinking we're looking after the people of Tauranga, not Tauranga. So I would like on that, the merged one, best possible outcomes for the people of Tauranga.
Is it not one and the same though? What is good for
What is good for the people, or
Well,
That's inherent.
is it? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but you could argue that, and many people have, that it's not everyone is thinking of the wider environment and the other aspects. So I guess to me, Tauranga captures it, whatever your cultural perspective, whatever your priority. So it's not quite as sort of anthropomorphic or whatever, you know. So I don't see a downside. It's trying to capture that it's for people and everything else about the city. But I don't mind if people want to change it. That's fine.
Is it anthropomorphic or anthropogenic?
Way too complicated. Just bring up another one while we're thinking about things. The third line up from the bottom, could that be perhaps better be meet the needs of the Tauranga people rather than requirements? Requirements is
Wordsmithing.
Yeah, I think needs.
Just wordsmithing.
Oh, what about best outcomes?
Are we going to have the context as well as the merged thingammy definition?
Oh, I'm not sure we're working on the right
phrases.
Yeah. One.
We've got the message.
I think.
Are we materially changing what's already been presented to us with wordsmithing? I mean, we're thinking up stuff on the spot here. We have a pretty good report put in front of us.
I was thinking about it over the weekend.
I know you will, yes.
It all helps us, understand what our job is. Do all this sort of stuff.
So I think if we are we agreed that we're going to have that middle ground with merging the two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can take out that top bit, the value for
I'm happy
money,
to go with Glenn's version, and you can take mine off the table, basically.
and so we can delete that, and then we can delete that. But are we going to?
Just my bit. Leave Glenn's bit.
Yeah, so we can take that bit out there.
You keep the definition.
Do we want that in the context?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, are we happy with those principles?
Yes.
Question.
Yeah. Councillor Baker.
No, you go first. I'm just making noises.
A question for staff. With this, I'm just kind of thinking about how the process goes and kind of the impact that the whole process of an LTP seeps through the organisation. Is this manageable and achievable for the entire organisation? And it doesn't put like ridiculous amounts of stress on and undue stress on staff and stuff? I'm just thinking operationally, will this work?
I think the overall intent and the principle we absolutely understand and do that. Without going through and thinking about how this could play out in terms of scenarios, because what we want to be able to do is come back to council and say, this is how these things sit against all of these things going forward, and we consider those things as a definition when we bring things back to you. But and I would absolutely agree in terms of the intent of what we're trying to do. The detail, there might be some problematic words in there that we don't know until we actually go through and do that analysis and just check, because we'd hate to not be able to come back and deliver back and say we've assessed against these things and been able to do that. So
yeah, it'd be good to know those things as they come through.
Sorry.
It is a good question. We've sort of discussed it a little bit here, and I think it covers a lot. First principle, looking after what we've got, really, really important. I think to generate best value for money, pipeline is really important. So what prevents us from chopping and changing program? There's probably no more bigger influence on value for money than that, to have a market that can provide the supply that we need. It's supply and demand, right? That sets the prices of the value. The other one is what we talked about at the PPM committee the other week, the funnel. Basically the big options of creating value for money is finding the right product. So that's an early start. The further down the delivery chain you go, the less you lose opportunity to impact the value. And I actually think the swimming pool here is probably the best example to think about. When you're looking at what option are you going for, it's about problem definition and option selection, option generation. Problem definition, option generation, then option selection. That is sort of the start of that funnel. So if you can apply the decision making for the pool
Appreciate the response, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so Councillor Taylor.
Given what Nick has just explained, and it makes perfect sense to me, should we table this until after we've done the dry run, if you like, on the swimming pool, and then come back and revisit it and confirm that this is the correct?
No, let's confirm it and change
Well, I think we
it.
should. I think we should go ahead with this. And if we feel like we need to change it, we can change it. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't see there's any. Any kind of advantage of just letting it lie at this stage.
Just one thing, given Glenn's amalgamated piece, my piece at the bottom in this context can probably be dropped off.
We like that.
Well, I think it just speaks to what we're
Trying to define the words.
Yeah.
Of.
You might need to have cultural sustainability.
We're only defining some words, not others.
Are these noises again, Steve, or are these real?
That's
All
just a
right.
great.
So now we have now sorry, Councillor Schooler.
So are we this? I've got a couple of other changes to the actual report. We're talking about those now or later?
We'll do that as we talk to the report.
So we're not talking to the report yet. We're just
No,
on the motion.
well,
Okay.
we can. So if we're comfortable with this motion, I ask if someone's prepared to move and second that.
I'll move the amended motion.
This motion.
This one.
Yeah.
But do you, I think, you need to talk to any change in
Can we not talk about that in the debate? Or?
Well, we can have a conversation. Yeah, you can have a talk about it.
But you can put your motion and it's
Steve,
done.
do we need to find the other
Okay.
things?
All right. Well, tell us
Three
what.
easy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, only two things on 19. Revitalising our city centre, I think we take out so it once again becomes the beating heart of our city because
Well, this is the annual plan.
But it says
sorry,
annual plan principles.
This is the long-term plan principles, isn't it?
But the heading is
right?
annual plan principles.
So this is what the long-term plan was done under. Is that right?
The heading of the discussion is around the annual plan, but that first paragraph is about the framing from the LTP.
Okay, so that's a fact.
It's historical.
That was what it was. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
So we've got,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay, so
Yeah.
Rosemary has a
So Roseboom is moving that. Is that correct, Councillor?
I'm moving the amendment. I'm moving that version.
Yeah, and Councillor Schooler will second that. Thank you. Would you like to talk to Councillor Roseboom?
Just to say that this is in response to the staff's request for support, clarification of, and we've ended up here. It kind of speaks to what we hear out talking to the community about, including them in our discussions, and we're sitting here representing the people of Tauranga, trying to give some direction. And I think this, in a long-winded way, kind of achieves what we're trying to achieve in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Schooler.
And I think just, I would like to think that we're all sitting here, so elected members and staff, all seeking clarity on how we go forward doing better, because I think that's what we all want, and please take it that we need you and your support to do that. And I think from our perspective it's great to have the principles and that, yes, as Nick suggested, we have an example to use them on immediately, and it's just something that we can then keep saying, going back to ourselves, are we making sure we're meeting what we collectively agreed was the principles to advance Tauranga going forward for the people of Tauranga.
Any other discussion on this? Councillor Schuler?
Yeah, I won't disagree. I suppose the thing is we're talking about an annual plan stuff, reviews at the moment. And how we balance and plan sort of for long term, medium term, short term. So fundamentally, you know, if we're delivering a stable and robust medium term plan, you know, 3 to 10 years, then the short term plan and the annual reviews that we're talking about now ideally will become more business as usual and won't need as much change. It'll be tweaking, and obviously the longer term plan is a more visionary and a looking way down the line process. So, you know, I'll support some of, I think we've probably crossed into some of the longer term, medium term stuff, but I'm happy to support.
I think these principles do sort of go across, you know, our vision and you know what we see for the city. So I think you make some good points, but I think this is more than just this is limited to the annual plan. So hopefully gives a bit of a direction of travel. Is there any other comment or debate on this? Therefore, I'll put the motion ahead of us to council. I won't read. Well, I think we've gone through it pretty well. And I ask all those in favour. Aye. Those opposed. That motion is carried. This is probably a good time to break for lunch. So we'll come back at 1:20 to reconvene the meeting. Thank you. upstairs if possible. Are we good to go? Oh, are we good? Yep. All right, we'll move on now. Thank you everyone for making it back. Haven't scared you away. 11.3 annual plan 2025-2026 capital budget prioritisation. And we got Catherine and Susan to speak.
I could just introduce the paper, so just to go back for a little bit of history, last month we brought you the reforecast of the 2025 current year budget, which brought that number down by $88 million. That and a number of other things has meant that the annual plan for 2026, by moving those projects, went to 766. The staff advice and view at the moment is to remain within our existing borrowing covenants. That number needs to be closer to 500 million. There is secondary conversations going on around what those covenants will be in the future, but at this point in time what we know is the 500 million keeps within those covenants, albeit there is some risk around some of our revenue which may impact on that. The approach for the annual plan, which is and the information you've been given effectively shows what projects have been coming back to some of those budgets have remained intact within the plan. Projects that are committed under contract or other means are included within the plan, and then there's various groupings of prioritisation that was requested to come back in terms of what projects would be high priority that can effectively fit within that financial envelope, and then other projects that will need prioritisation. We've also set up another workshop on the 4th of December, which will allow the council to actually move into more, once they've considered the information and work through the projects in terms of what projects would be included to confirm the program on the 9th of December, which would then be that staff would go and put into the planning system to come up with a draft annual plan, and that could be considered over the Christmas break to be refined through the February period before going out for consultation in March. So that's the introductory. Thank you, Paul. I'll let the team go in more detail.
So just talking through in terms of the report, what Paul was referring to is that prioritisation process. So at paragraph 10, there's a graph that sort of summarises that approach that says, okay, based on that 765 million, divided out by each activity's potential budgets, based on the kind of distribution that was in the long-term plan, which was about 60% of the budget to waters and transportation and civic community about 40%. Let's allocate out the available budget at 500 million, and that's the red line on that graph. And then for each activity, identify first the renewals and prioritised projects, renewals and committed projects, and then the green at the top is the area of projects that are currently sitting in that year that were in the LTP, and we have to kind of prioritise down to get within that red line for next year. So the reason it's such a big challenge, just reminding you, is that when we did the LTP, we had we assuming an infrastructure funding and financing, taking 150 million of the debt off balance sheet, and we were assuming higher levels of NZTA funding for our roading projects, and is currently the case. And also that reforecasting process from this year put more budget into next year. So Susan will go through, we did hand out or send out yesterday the detail, and we have some handouts of that detail, and kind of make sure you're understanding what you're seeing on those tables. But I just wanted to talk firstly about why 500 million, and in the interest of robust and transparent financial analysis. Right. We have included. Yeah. Well, we've got the key financial metrics from the long-term plan, and they are at paragraph 7. We haven't updated that as yet for where the annual plan now is. So we came to you on the 16th of September and said this year and next year, and the debt is higher and will be higher because of IFF not being undertaken for Te Manautaki o Te Papa, but there have been some other changes to the favourable, and we're still working through and really need this capital prioritisation before we can generate through B. So just disclosing the 500 is based on our estimate that will be at debt of about 1650, and that we'll have capital subsidies of closer to 40 million, not 85 as was assumed in the LTP. So that makes quite a difference to debt to revenue ratios. So the key thing that really provides the constraint around how much capital we can deliver is the debt to revenue ratio, which is getting next year's 280% debt to revenue, and in the LTP we were at 272. With all these changes we will be much closer to that 280, and once we've kind of run the first cut of prioritised projects through we'll be able to say where we're at. So we're estimating 500. We're saying it's a maximum, and we'll bring you some information for the workshop on the 4th, because if we can start to load an indicative prioritised capital at 500, we'll be able to put that into the system and say, well, even though you haven't finalised which projects, we'll have a pretty good idea, and we'll be able to bring that both to the workshop and then refine it for the 9th of December council decision. Where am I at? So, and the other things that we kind of where we need to think about is it's a decision for the annual plan, but the investments we undertake in that year will kick off the capital program for a number of years after. So we would also like to be able to bring to you an estimated impact on the full 10 years. So that's what we're aiming to do. It won't be perfect, but it will give you an idea. On the sort of manual modelling we're doing, that limit of 500 million for the year is maximum, and it's likely to stay at about that level for the 10 years. So based on what's sitting in the LTP, that's probably 200 or 300 million that would need to come out of that LTP, which makes sense when you think about the IFF was 150 and we've lost 160, 170 of subsidy since the LTP assumptions. What else? There are a couple of things that will influence whether we have to take out as much as 200, 300, and that is obviously the revenue that you kind of choose or consider appropriate, because you're influenced by your revenue, your current debt levels, and the new debt that you bring on through capital. So the other thing that may change is the actual debt to revenue limit. So I guess part of the decision regarding IFF was awareness that LGFA may look at bespoke covenants, and we could look at trying to increase our financial limit with bespoke covenants. So we will know more after the 19th when the AGM happens for LGFA about whether that is approved as a concept, and then we'll start to work with them to understand or start to hear from them how they would define that if council chooses to look at that. And the second thing that will affect ability to borrow would be the water CCO option, because that LGFA will lend to CCO up to 500%. So yeah, there could be some marginal movement over the 10 years above that 500 million a year if there's some more room created, but it won't be enormously increased, but maybe 10 million a year towards the back end, something like that. Yeah, that was me, and so now I'll pass to Susan just to talk about the handouts.
Yes, so just to talk through the attachments that were distributed yesterday to you all. So the first attachment that you're seeing there is the CapEx target information broken down by delivery groups. So that I've included in there the 25 reforecast budget that was agreed last month, so that you can see that percentage spread across the program in the current financial year. The third column of that table shows the 766 million draft FY26 program as it was presented to you at the workshop last week on 5th of November. Now, since that workshop, activity managers and outcomes managers from across the business have proposed some deferrals to projects, a total of $117 million worth. So you can see in that table, most of those deferrals are across the transport and community infrastructure space. So that includes rephasing of initiatives such as Cameron Road Stage 2, Turret Road, Hewletts Road, Bay Park Master Planning and Memorial Aquatics. That now leaves us with a draft 26 annual plan project budget of $646 million. To get down to that maximum target of $500 million means we need to reduce or remove another $146 million from the program next year.
Susan, can I just to hit pause for a second? I'm just not sure if everyone's got the documents we're looking at.
They're on Stella under table documents.
Oh, Stella, okay.
Yeah, so if you go to your, just under your agenda for the 12th, just keep scrolling down.
It's table document item 11.3.
Yeah.
Attachment 1.
Yeah,
and
if you bring up the
attachment
summary
2.
one first. Cool, and if you just note that the city planning group, they've been greyed out in that table. We're just considering options regarding the mix of loan and rates funding for that activity. So of our $500 million target next year, we have renewals budgets of $107 million and a further $290 million already contractually committed. So that effectively leaves us with $103 million of capacity to prioritise the balance of the program. The second table of attachment 1 that provides a snapshot of how prioritisation is shaping up across those delivery groups. So we went through an exercise last week to categorise the most high priority projects that fit within each team's respective target limit. So those are the green lines that you'll see in that table. The orange category, which is arguably the area that needs the most interrogation from you at the next council workshop scheduled on the 4th of December. It shows those projects that are considered high priority by each of the teams that can't fit within that allocated limit. The red category shows those lesser priority projects that are also unable to fit within the allocation. The third table provides an organisation-wide view of how projects have been categorised as high or low priorities. And just one thing to note, if you look along the totals at the bottom of that table, it's showing the 10-year view. It is currently overstated in 26, but it's not just a one-year problem. As Catherine alluded to earlier, we're sitting... Same attachment. So we're sitting well above that $500 million cap for the next few years. And the second attachment, it's basically just a detailed listing of all the projects underpinning those summaries, and it sets out the most up-to-date funding assumption for each of the projects as requested at the workshop last week. So we're happy to take any questions, or for any project-specific questions we may need to lean on some of the GMs to answer.
I guess I don't think we're actually being asked to make any decisions on actual projects today. So we're gonna do that. So I guess if there's any questions around the overall annual plan capital budget prioritisations to staff, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the work, team, that's gone into this. Really appreciate it. Loving the numbers, loving the spreadsheets. It's gorgeous. I am concerned about our prioritisation process and how we get to a place that's reflective of the community's aspirations for us. So if I can take transport is one example, because it's easy for me because I can see it, because I, you know, like many of us experience it every day. In the vital signs survey, that was the biggest thing people wanted to change about Tauranga was congestion. I think it was about 35% and way below that, down at 14%, was the CBD and revitalising the CBD. 10 out of the 12 suburbs of Tauranga was the main issue by far. So through the prioritisation process, at what point and how can we inject ourselves into that? Because when I look at the budget, there are a few things in there which are for efficiency or increasing the level of service or access in the transport area. A lot of safety projects, and so if we change that 60-40 split to say 70-30, we would get a lot more safety projects coming in. Personally speaking, I'd love to see more investment in the efficiency and the access realm of transport. So how do we as a group and individually inject ourselves meaningfully into that process to be able to help inform priorities as we go into the draft?
Great question.
Oh, thanks, Paul.
Especially when you, what did you call them? Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. The 60-40 is a starting point effectively that we come up as, and it is the starting point based on what we're seeing in the plans at the moment. The way we would see that process unfolding is now as we move into the conversations, particularly around those orange projects, for want of calling it anything else, is that if the collective view of council was that they wanted to include more transport, I'll use the transport as the example, there's more transport projects to bring them from the orange into the green, the question we would ask would be, well, what of the other projects would come out? Which will mean that once we go through that process and that sort of, we get that direction on the 4th and then we report that back on the 9th, we would see a revision to that 60-40 split. But I would say the way to do it is to actually do it at understanding those projects and the ones that collectively council want to see back in. But the issue we have at the moment, and also what I would say is that can be a conversation with the community as well. So it could highlight, do they want to see those ones in or the other ones? And what overly complicates this as well is that we've still got those conversations potentially to bring to you as to, do you want to look at bespoke governance and things like that, which again might be another overlay that we have in the new year. And again, that could be a conversation with the community that happens as part of that consultation process. But I think, to answer your question, I think it's through actually looking at what projects collectively the council want to see in the green.
Yeah.
And unfortunately that means that some of the orange will go into the red.
Brief supplementary, if I may. Thank you, Paul. And if I can use a spreadsheet analogy, if we did a VLOOKUP and we've looking at the transport budget and wanted to put greater weighting within that budget on the efficiency and the access aspects as opposed to the safety elements of the program, how would we do that? That's my question. Maybe for Nick, I'm not sure. But also a question for my colleagues to ponder, are we comfortable with where the transport budget is at in terms of prioritisation within the smaller envelope between things like safety, access, level of service, efficiency?
Yeah, so on the criteria for the weightings, I think government policy statement has largely done that for us already, and that there's been a focus in this GPS and the National Land Transport Plan on efficiency and economic growth. That's not to say that safety is put to the side altogether, but it's got a different focus from central government, which then it governs the NCTA's investment program basically. So we have largely, if not fully, followed that direction when we put this program together, and that's why we had the conversation and the workshop the other day about if there are other objectives that you would like us to focus on, or different weightings on the current objectives in the investment assessment manual. We can shift those and dial it up and down and give you some examples of what that would look like. If you wanted to focus more on safety, we can dial that up and show you a picture of what that would look like. But that would also be within that envelope that is the orange. Now, unless you start to shift them up and down between the colours. And for those projects that are within the orange envelope at the moment, it's very, very limited. So it would be we wouldn't need any sort of simulation or anything. It's a couple of line items basically that we would move around. But it can definitely be done, and I think it will give you a bit of a picture of what's actually up for debate here and what can be done.
Any other questions for staff? Councillor Scholar.
Thank you, Catherine, especially the opening. Very good words you chose. So thank you for the paper, and I think I have to admit I'm still getting to terms with where the numbers are all coming from. So I really like the key financial metric table, and you suggested like that's as is, but you will have another column for what we're moving to. The next couple of years would always, and a previous year is always good, so you can just sort of see is this in line with what we're expecting. And then because we were at a meeting I think last week trying to say how do we get from the 760 down to the 500, and then trying to understand the IFF left and the NZTA changes. So and you've done that in 14. And I just asked that where you've got NZTA and then you've put that with Te Manawa Tāke Oti Papa and Memorial Pool, can we just separate those out because they're sort of quite different to me. And then when you've got in 15, the further negative risks, like this is highlighting that those are incomes that might change. But the question is, and this was in a paper for a meeting, how do we know in 3 months' time that's the starting point that we're tracking? We said that these are risks in November. This is what they're looking like now. It's the sort of thing that I'm not sure how we follow the finance, it's highlighted and we say, yep, we've received the report, but I'm not quite sure what the best way to say, yes, let's make sure we've got those in somewhere that we can report on a quarterly basis so that is that something that can maybe even go in the quarterly financial reporting and that comes to the Accountability Performance Finance Committee, for example?
Yes, we could do that. And when we bring the draft annual plan to you, if there's any update at that point, we'll include it, and then there'll be a further time at deliberation or post-deliberations where we'll say, well, this is where the budgets are landing, that we would also update any of those risk changes so that you actually know what the best estimate of things will be by the time you adopt the annual plan. But yes, we can also include it in the quarterly monitoring, any update on progress on those items.
If I could just add to that, if there were any material changes to the funding environment, we would bring that to you ASAP in terms of what that looked like, whether it be a city deal was landed or $100 million came from government or whatever it might be. We would do that pretty quick in terms of what and the impacts of that.
Just but the fact that that's sort of the big chunky 6 of them that I just sort of thought, well, in my head, how do I know that I'm tracking those and understanding where we're at? Even if we get individual updates, that would be useful. The other thing, we talk about the 280%. Can you just talk me through the process when you suddenly do a forecast and we're at 281%? What happens? I think I heard my boss talking about it the other day, and I thought, are we very aware enough of the actual thing that happens?
Yeah, there's There's a couple of things within that. One is that if we're forecasting to go over, the first thing we do is we have a conversation within the business, and then where appropriate, bring to council in terms of any decisions that would be appropriate to ensure that we stay within in those borrowing covenants. I don't know if I've covered this or not. So just in terms of if for example, we did get to the point of breaching, we're basically given a month's notice effectively to refinance. So it's something that we don't obviously want to get into that position, do that. So yeah, so if we again through the quarterly monitoring, we keep track of that forecast. But if we did see, for example, there might have been a settlement or something like that would put risk on that number, given we're so close to, we would bring that very quickly to you in terms of a conversation with some options effectively to remedy that situation.
But we always have a month's leeway to do that from LGFA's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's the forecast of it as it's actually happening, and we've got a good relationship with LGFA that that we will work closely with them if we do get close to they're acutely aware of the position we're in, moving close to limits and so forth. So.
But if we broke it and we didn't have that relationship, what would happen? We'd have to refinance it separately.
Yeah, so they basically give a month's notice to rectify your situation, and if you didn't, they would, and Catherine can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they would basically call on our debt to be repaid within that period, which would mean we would need to refinance our debt on open market.
So that limit, the borrowing limit of 280, is one of the financial covenants of LGFA, so it has very strict consequences.
I know, I just didn't know what they...
Yeah, and the bespoke covenants would be the same, but they would be higher. So what we've, in the past, we're sort of in transition, if you like, because we've sort of always tried to keep some debt headroom before you get too close to the covenants, just so that you're not in that situation. They actually assess them at year end. So if things were sort of happening as they did, it's a year-end assessment of your 12 months results where they say, hey, this is where you're landing. So we do have a bit of warning time, but yes, that debt headroom, even going to bespoke covenants, is important. So it's something we'd kind of
the other thing I would add is that we're conscious, and we just don't know the answers to these questions, is that LGFA have allowed certain capital revenues in the past into their ratio calculation. Now, we're just conscious, particularly with the variability that we're seeing. NZTA is an example where we're seeing variability in capital numbers, that they are most likely to look at those less favourably and exclude them from calculations. So that might put more. We don't know the answer to that, but it might be really relevant when we get into any bespoke covenant conversations. How they treat those ratios will be really important. Those revenues, sorry.
And I just remember, I think in the Treasury update, there was 30 million in the bank because that was paid when we weren't on the last day. We weren't expecting it, but again, if we were expecting it and it wasn't paid till the 1st of July, and therefore it is over those sort of numbers, I sort of thought, okay, at 272, it's sort of where we need to be aware of what actually happens. But you now have raised my next question on 17 bespoke covenants. I don't recall requesting
that's
to the 19th annual meeting around
whether they increase the debt headroom, and there's potentially bespoke covenants. If you go,
not ours.
No, that's
these.
LGFA's.
Right. Okay, didn't understand that. Great, thank you. I thought we were asking for bespoke covenants.
That's a piece of work that we've brought to you the decision on the voting at the meeting next week, which will be that the board or the shareholder council approves the use of bespoke covenants. The step from that will be whether we make an application in, which we'll bring back to you to see whether we want to make that application into the LGFA board for those bespoke covenants and what the implications of that would look like.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you. I've reinforced the comments earlier. Was it a gorgeous spreadsheet and so forth? I had a question around number 14, 3, where it talks about finalisation of NZTA funding decisions and not achieving grants and subsidies as budgeted. Do you know the two different figures there? because it's a total of 47. I'm just sort of curious how much the NZTA.
That's what I asked.
Oh, that was the
Right
question.
down.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have them there. I know I've got them on a spreadsheet on my computer, but we can send them to you later.
Apologies for I can't. I was trying to find what my question was. When I didn't listen carefully.
A quick comment too was when you list the debt, it'd be good to always track the IFF debt as a sort of footnote or something, because it will, from the external view, like for us it's fine, but I think from from the people of Tauranga's point of view, that's always probably good to figure out what the debt is in that respect. My other question, probably for you, Susan, is in regards to the spreadsheet. It looks to me like we've got a total of 3.4 billion, including the orange, plus whatever this year is. So are we still tracking on around the 500 for this year? And if so, am I correct in thinking that we're trying to budget for the 10-year period for less than 4 billion now? Or have I sort of got wires crossed with this spreadsheet?
So certainly for the first 4 years in this 10-year view, that is overstated each year, and obviously any of the changes in the orange category from 26 is going to probably get lumped onto future years unless you make a decision through the annual plan process to actually reduce some budgets or stop projects entirely.
But if I add up all the
Renewals committed and the high priority numbers, and add those together, you get to 2.3 billion for those 9 years. And I'm just trying to get my head around why the high priority unable to fit within target, like why that is unable to, considering, like, because my understanding was we had 4.875 billion after the signed off plan, and then we had some changes to that which I guess were added on top, but then we've come in and inherited a few things, made some extra decisions, but somehow we suddenly seem to be dropping down quite significantly in what we can actually fit in to the CapEx program. So am I correct in thinking the magnitude of that is, we're talking like we're down $1 billion kind of thing, like ballpark?
The categorisation, that orange categorisation, that's applicable to the 26 year only. That's what the focus has been on. Obviously the renewals and committed, that is flowing through those projects. When you look at the detail, you'll see them flowing through under that category. But where we need to end up over certainly the next sort of 3 or 4 years will be closer to that 500 million.
Okay, so in the later years,
from FY27 onwards, you're saying those numbers in the green and orange might actually, or say the number in the green will increase because we'll make the decisions for this year, put some orange stuff through to next year, some other orange stuff through to the following year, etc., etc. And at the end of the 10 years, or at the end of our decision making, we want the 10-year total to still add up to roughly 4.8, whatever, 875 or whatever. Is that kind of where we want to, because that partly determines what we want to choose now. Yeah. Because if we've still got the same overarching goal with the long-term plan, then that becomes, a downward pressure, if you like.
There's a couple of things in there. One with NZTA is a 3-year funding window, so we don't know what that's going to look like forward. If it continues on the same trend that we've got now, there is some element out. Like the 500 million that we're working on is basically a gross 500. So in some ways it's come down because after inflation, you'll actually, that number will shrink through that period a little bit. So there'll be some shrinkage from that. The other thing, again, coming back to what we don't know at the moment, is some of those other pieces of work around the bespoke covenants, around water reform that can put a little bit more back in. So, but broadly speaking, it's around a $5 billion plan.
Yeah, so I guess I should have contextualised that.
Yeah.
Given what we know now, given if the status quo scenario around waters, all that sort of stuff. My other question was in regards to waters, and I guess it's a question for Nick, is when I looked through last night, it was sort of at some of the detail around what's in which category. I'm aware we've got this sort of somewhat random, or not random, but somewhat arbitrary 60-40 split. I sort of agree with Councillor Morris that that could have some unintended consequences. For me, on looking at the waters side of it and looking at where TCC has historically been with its waters investment, thinking back to the infrastructure strategy, reading what the Auditor General and others are saying around essential infrastructure or core infrastructure, whatever term they use, thinking of what our government's saying actually as well, but a number of agencies are talking about this right now. And the view is that councils across the country are not investing enough into waters, and there's a concern that with the water reforms, there's a sort of, we'll just leave it for the future because they'll take care of it. But it's still the people of Tauranga who will have to take care of it. So thinking back on that LTP consultation, waters was excluded. There was no input from the community on that. My assessment is that we are really undercooking this compared to what TCC has historically done, and I think that's been one of our success stories as a city, and almost generations of staff and councillors should get the plaudits for that. But I'm really worried we're sort of not investing enough into waters under what we're proposing to try and get some kind of arbitrary 60-40 thing. And I guess I'm seeking some reassurance, not just for the 26, but the flow-on impacts of that. Are we actually really confident that we're prioritising the waters percentage enough?
I guess, yeah, just to summarise that, what's 109 million in context of what we've put into waters each year in the past?
That's not
Yeah, so I think we had about 90 million, 95 million 2 years ago. Just about broke the 100 million mark, or about to break the 100 million mark this year. So it's quite a similar input to what's led up to this point, and of course we have had a big investment in water supply, particularly over the last few years, and this program is focused on the wastewater component. There are there are things there that we would like to do in order to run the system more efficiently. On balance, I think we're making calls here that we can live with, still generate the service for the community that it needs. We can always spend more on it, but then what do we sacrifice in the waters area or other areas in order to do that? So we're relatively comfortable with the position we are in with the program here. Always would love to do more, but I, for one, struggle to then know what I would take out of the program. And I'd be interested to know also what the specific areas of concern of yours are, so that we could maybe focus on that.
I can clarify. It's just that we still have not put in, quote, all the necessary essential infrastructure that's mentioned in the infrastructure strategy into the long-term plan. So we're kicking for touch, and we're doing that in a way that we're consciously investing significant amounts into non-core infrastructure, to again use the Auditor General's comments and recent comments. And at one point that reality will hit home. Like under whatever council it is, we will hit a position where we go, oh gosh, we spent a whole lot on other things that were non-core, and we haven't invested in, quote, necessary infrastructure. And if it's not necessary, why is the council saying it's necessary?
Well, yeah, and that probably brings it back to the earlier conversation about the 60-40 split and how we do that. And if that's different, we can spend more on the waters area, but then other areas, of course, will suffer, because we now got the principle of dollar in, dollar out within the rates that have been set and agreed upon, and that's the envelope that we're working within. So I'm more than happy to spend more on waters, Glenn, but I've just got to know where it's got to come from.
Oh, to be clear, spend more everywhere, I'm sure, but I guess I'm looking at it from a prudence and a governance angle. We're saying when I read what I've read nationally and when I see what Tauranga City Council has stated and use the word necessary and use the word essential, that hasn't. I mean, I just take dictionary definitions of that. If they're not essential, not necessary, then why are we saying that they are? I guess that's why is our infrastructure strategy saying what it is?
Can I just jump in a minute? What we can bring to the fourth, which might be helpful, is a breakdown for the waters of the investment that's happened to date and the investment proposed. So waters is lead infrastructure for growth. So a lot of the pressure on waters is in that growth space. But that just might help you be reassured about, or have some views about where that, even in the waters investment, is being focused. Also, we can provide a breakdown, and within the local water done well kind of analysis, you'll see the waters debt is really high compared to the rest of the activities debt of council, because TCC's invested a lot over the years in waters at the, in contrast to other areas of spend. So we can also kind of bring that to you, so just so you can understand that sort of capacity that sits around the waters.
That would be incredibly helpful. Thank you very much.
I think we're talking about deferrals here, but we just have to look at this in context. And this, what we're proposing, is still the largest ever capital spend of the city. It's the largest ever water spend of the city. It's the largest ever eroding spend of the city. So, we're not saying that we're kicking the can down the road and we're not delivering. We're delivering a huge amount of infrastructure. We're just not delivering at the level that I guess was originally proposed. So I think that's just a very important definition, that we're actually not cutting anything. We're actually spending more, and we're just having to prioritise. But that's the growing pains of a growing city, I guess. So have we got any other? Any questions? All right, thank you, staff. Very helpful answers, and really good thank you for all your work you've done to get us here, and obviously there's more discussions to be had in the coming few weeks. So we have recommended motion there. It is quite long, so I won't read it all out. And I'll just ask if we've got a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Crowther. Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, just to address the comments on the spend, I'm aware of our, the massive spend compared to what we were doing a couple of years ago. I guess that's why I made the comment about waters, that we've had a 70% increase in CapEx and projected CapEx over a 2-year period. And the waters is the area that's had the biggest difference from my analysis, unless the finance team can send me different figures to what I've seen from council finances. So I understand the transport situation. My view is that we need to be very thoughtful about transport. I completely agree with Councillor Morris that the community wants transport projects more than anything. There are certain types of transport projects and outcomes they're looking for. I strongly support those. I think we could be foolish to do too much too soon without government co-funding, as we're basically doubling the cost to ratepayers. In the meantime, I guess I'm looking at this balance, and I haven't picked a horse yet. Haven't got a favourite in the race, but I just look at it and I go, the more I look at it, the more it seems to me that there's a bunch of comments that have been made from staff around waters since I've arrived, a bunch of documents I've read before and after I arrived, they're all telling a narrative. They're coming from the same narrative that's being said nationally. I still just want the reassurance, without having a predetermined position, that's enough investment. The number of 109 million to me is irrelevant. It's what we need, is the first thing. The second thing is that number that we're spending 2 years ago, if we scale that up by 70%, it's a lot higher than 109. And the numbers for some other areas, such as central city infrastructure, are completely out of step with that. And the people of Tauranga have clearly indicated they do not back those things as strongly as they back some other things. So, and that's just all from evidence and from, you know, council research and independent surveys and all this stuff. So that's in the realms of evidence. In terms of where we need to go, I think we just need to get all that really, really clearly. I strongly thank the staff for what they've given us, and for what they're going to provide around the waters. Thank you, Catherine. And I think we really need to look carefully at the 60-40, because that is just a number. And I think we need to try and, most importantly, come up with options. And we need to come up, in my view, I've said it before today, and I'll say it again, is we need the three options. We need the sort of high, medium, low, whatever you want to categorise them with. Not make it too complex, but actually give people a choice around this annual plan, because they did not get the choice around the long-term plan. We need to give them the waters in scenario that they never got. We need to give them the comprehensive set of options around what the rates affordability should be that they never got. And that way we can actually hear from our people what they want, not just what we sit around the table and say.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I issue a bit of a plea to my colleagues as we go through this prioritisation process? Excuse me. To really look at and unpack transportation insofar as it relates to alleviating congestion. Our community have told us time and time again that it is the most pressing issue for them in Tauranga, and I'd like to cite the 2023 Vital Signs Survey, where people were asked the question, if you could change one thing about Tauranga, just one thing, what would that be? 35% of them answered alleviating congestion, and that was by far and away the biggest thing that our residents wanted to change about Tauranga, alleviating congestion. The next largest was around civic amenities, and that was down at 14%. So important, but there was a clear steer from the over 4,000 respondents across our city. The congestion was really important to them. That's just one survey. So then what if we look at the quality of life survey, which is done at a national level? They look at different cities and survey respondents across the country. Well, in Tauranga, they were asked the question, has your quality of life improved? And for those that answered that my quality of life has worsened over the past 12 months, and just think about 2022, a little bit of a challenging time coming out of COVID. Tauranga, the biggest thing for them that made their quality of life worse, other than the cost of living, which was across the country, the biggest thing, as you can appreciate. But for Tauranga, the second biggest factor that has worsened the quality of their lives is congestion. And our respondents in Tauranga weighted that 3 times higher than any other city in the country, 10 points higher than Auckland. So our residents are saying it's an issue. And at the same time, in the same survey, we scored as a city the lowest satisfaction in terms of council decision making. Now, you don't want to hear me go way back into the history to go through why that was, but we've got an opportunity to turn that around. And I would just plead with my colleagues, let's really focus on this, because I think it's going to make a real difference in people's lives and in their perceptions of their elected council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Really interesting information there. It's interesting that you bring that up because on the complete, I guess people see that as a problem, yet when they were given a solution, they weren't keen on the solution, which is congestion charging. So we don't have the money. We don't have the money to build our way out of our congestion problems. We can offer a solution in congestion charging, and if people are willing to pay that, we solve congestion and solve a big issue. So it's interesting that people see the problem, but they're not prepared to accept the solution. So I think it is interesting, and it's something that we've got to maybe sell better or explain better going forward. Councillor Curran.
No, I didn't have my hand up.
Oh.
Now that you mention it.
Oh, no.
Around the people not accepting a solution for congestion, that's a charge, because the people haven't got any money. A lot of people live week to week, and when it comes to a decision whether they can arrive at work 10 minutes later or not, they choose arriving 10 minutes later because it leaves a bit of money in their pocket.
It's hard to complain about the problem then. Councillor Schooler.
I'm just going to make a comment about the recommendation. I'm not going to suggest a change, but for next time, when we're endorsing the approach about spending 500 million, but then have to note that if revenue doesn't come up, it will break our covenants, I would rather next time they were put together and say 500 million unless revenue is decreased, and then it has to be less. Thank you.
Councillor Schuler.
Just one comment, hasn't really been brought up, but under just item 7 there, rates increase percentage after adjusting, so 12.5% is what's down there. At what point would we indicate that to the general public, or is it normally before now, or because something that obviously should be done sooner rather than later?
It's in the long-term plan, so I guess.
Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the what we've said here is that is our ceiling, and that is the maximum. And obviously, like my gut feel is getting to a balanced budget is our first priority. So until we get there, we can't even consider reducing that. But if these guys can pull a rabbit out of the hat and then absolutely that's something that we can look at.
Might need 5 hats. No, thank you. We'll help them.
All right. I think if everyone's had a chance to discuss, we'll now put the motion as is on the screen there, and all those in favour. Those opposed. That is carried. Thank you very much. Now we move on to 11.4, which is Greenfields Growth Planning, funding requirements for Three Waters Planning and Upper Belk Road Planning. And I think we've got Andy, Carl Luca, and Claudia to talk to this. Thank you.
I'll just give a brief introduction and then hand it over to Carl and Claudia. Carl is lead of our structured planning team at the large greenfield areas. Claudia is our team leader of waters planning in the organisation. Firstly, I'll issue an apology. So this paper, I guess we're in a kind of financial situation where we're trying to save money, but here we are asking for more money. So this paper really comes out of the work that was done through the Smart Growth Strategy and the Smart Growth Implementation Plan, focusing around planning for future growth, and in particular the area of Upper Belk Road, which has been identified just recently this year through that strategy work for future urbanisation, to deliver business land and to meet housing requirements and address housing shortfalls. we, I think, made it quite clear through that process that it was unfunded, and we brought you a paper on the implementation plan for the strategy and said that we'd have to revert back around how we provide implementation to that action and other actions that didn't fully have funding. I'm probably starting to cover off what others are going to say. So I guess the purpose here is to ensure that we're working on the basis that we will be trying to meet the government's requirements around development capacity and meet the growth needs of the city. We have in the past experienced times where early planning activity funding was pulled back, particularly during times where growth was low, and that has really set us back, and it takes a long time to recover from that, and that is one of the reasons why we now face such significant, I guess, housing and growth kind of challenges in the city. So I guess, our starting point is that it does make sense to do this planning at this point in time, but obviously there are these budgetary constraints to consider. I'll leave it there and hand it over to you, Carl.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. Andy, as Andy said, I'm Carl Luca, team leader of the structure planning team, urban planner by background. I'm just going to give a quick overview of the Upper Balk Road part of this report, and then Claudia will talk more to the Three Waters. So as Andy said, the Upper Balk Road structure plan was identified as a key action within the smart growth strategy and the implementation plan for that, and the planning aspect as a priority short-term action. And essentially that short-term action is to move forward with looking at the feasibility for the Upper Balk Road area, and then move towards structure planning and towards a plan change to zone that land. But importantly, obviously, the first step is to interrogate the feasibility. The area is currently located in the Western Bay district, and adjacent to Tauranga Business Estate. It consists of around 300 hectares of developable land, plus or minus. The studies we'd initially undertake will need to confirm that in more detail. And it's been identified for potential use as industrial and or residential. So I guess with 300 hectares, you could imagine, or you could envisage half of that being for industrial, and then 150 hectares for residential, say 4,000 dwellings. So, but again, this will come down to looking at the feasibility and working with our partners and so forth, and yourselves to look at what that future exactly looks like. Importantly, Smart Growth identified the project as a partnered project, so working closely with Western Bay of Plenty District Council, acknowledging that land currently sits within their rohi. In particular, we'd want to work closely with them in terms of engaging with the community, engaging with mana whenua and taking their lead there, and also in terms of any boundary issues going forward or matters going forward. And we'd likely look to set up some type of steering group with Western Bay and other key stakeholders. So in terms of the approach, we want to take a stepped approach so that we can step through this, I guess, kind of having gateways as we go. So over the next 6 months, doing some of that feasibility analysis, engaging with Western Bay, and then coming back to you with a report to say, well, this is where we're landing. Is it looking feasible? Is there any fatal flaws that we weren't aware of, and so forth? And then we can move into that next stage for under the 25-26 financial year, to move into more detailed analysis and feasibility, including looking at costs, benefits and funding pathways moving forward. And then that would be followed by moving into the structure plan and plan change, subject to the outcomes of that study. Next year, and I guess referring to the resolution which we're seeking funding for next year's financial or annual plan. The external costs are primarily around flood modelling and assessment, stormwater philosophy, and initial transport modelling. So again, really aimed at I guess testing some of those key feasibility elements and fatal flaws. And then, as I say, we'd come back to council after that.
Overall, for Upper Balk Road, and this is consistent with other areas, we're really looking at a 3 to 5 year planning period before moving into more into, I guess, detailed development and so forth. And that will also have to coincide with the Three Waters assessments that Claudia will talk about. And last but not least, I guess it kind of goes back to some of Andy's points and also, I guess, the discussion and the paper you received yesterday from Penny Perrott, the need for housing, the need to be working forward to provide for this, for future growth, to meet the numbers, I guess, meet requirements under central government direction, meet our housing need, but also acknowledging that this takes a long time. So the longer it takes us to move into this planning, the longer it'll be before we see land opening up for development. So I'll pass it on to Claudia.
Yeah, I just would like to add a few items on wastewater and water supply. So stormwater was just covered off. So the key issue for the Upper Balk area is really wastewater servicing. With the full build out of Tauranga West and Lower Balk, which are going through their plan changes now or having basically more or less being approved, the network all the way from Malemi pump station through the southern pipeline to the Tauranga treatment plant is basically at full capacity. And just imagining upgrades of these large trunk infrastructure to service the Upper Balk and other growth areas, it is a significant investment. And so we will have to look into what that potentially would cost, or are there any other alternatives to service that area by wastewater. And that will take some time and effort to do so. For water supply, we have got a concept plan in the drawer, which we are currently reviewing in regard to cost and feasibility, because the population numbers have changed. So but potentially it's just a simple upsizing of reservoir sites and pipe sizes. But that would also then require further investment and assessments how far the system still works. But it should be noted, in order to service the Upper Balk area and other growth areas in that area from the Joyce treatment plant, we also have to bring the coastal trunk mains forward, which have been delayed in the current long-term plan. And these are the pipelines which would service from the Wari treatment plant and water all the way to the Mount area. So they have been deferred, so they are not currently needed for the current growth in the Western Corridor. But if we want to bring these other areas forward, then these pipelines will be required. And in this paper, we also covered off the Eastern Corridor. So we have got some new fast-tracking projects have been announced. And these areas, if they want to be serviced by wastewater, there's just at the moment no capacity in the eastern areas on the coastal strip for any further growth areas for servicing. So what we are currently designing and implementing is only for the current growth in Wairaki. There's no budget for any further servicing of growth. So there's nothing for Te Tumu and no other growth areas. So if we want to grow in that area, further assessments have to be done as well. And our suggestion is to work actually with Western Bay of Plenty together about growth in that area. Their treatment plant, Te Puki, is quite close by as well. And maybe there are some joined up synergies.
Thank you for that. I'm just interested in, you're proposing $980,000 spend. How much of that is internal, and how much is that external? Are we talking staff time, or are we talking about paying planners to do this?
So the budgets outlined in the report are all external budgets, so operational. So staff time, that's so exclusive of staff time. Within the city planning team, we would have 1 to 2 planners running full time on the project, and then drawing on additional staff across the organisation in addition to external consultants.
All right, no, that's and then just interested
with all the new legislation coming, does that have any impact on the planning side of things, and thinking like RMA and things like that? Like, I'm just are we better to wait till we know what we're dealing with, or it doesn't really have an impact?
If anything, the government's going for housing growth requirements will, I guess, solidify and possibly bring forward the need of releasing growth in the Upper Belt Road area. From what we are able to tell to date, they're not likely to introduce a simpler process of structure planning and rezoning land, so we're likely to be having to work under current RMA requirements. We will of course have a better idea of that in sort of early next year, once draft legislation and policy changes are available, and we can reflect any of that through the annual plan before it is finalised mid-year.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Can you just explain what these fast track projects, why would we be starting to plan for those things this early?
Well, just firstly, I mean, one of them is in our district, being the Tara Road one. The second one is on our district's boundary, just on the other side of where the Papamoros interchange is being built. And I think thirdly, we have the Te Tumu urban growth area, and we have at the moment quite an expensive wastewater solution for that area. So it involves reticulation, some 13 or 14 kilometres from the Te Tumu boundary back to the wastewater treatment plant at a couple of $100 million, plus a whole lot of internal infrastructure costs. So I guess from my point of view, it's about trying to identify where there's a more cost-efficient solution for growth in the Eastern Corridor. But Claudia, do you have anything to add to that?
Yep, no, that's covered it.
And will we recover any of this spend from those developers that are proposing these projects?
So this is capital expenditure that we can recover through the likes of development contributions. I guess in an area like Upper Belt Road, where you've got quite fragmented land ownership, it's not like sort of 2 or 3 large farms. Council really needs to take the lead on planning at this stage. So these are more operational costs. Once we get into capital costs and delivering infrastructure, that's where we can look to recover costs.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Taylor's brilliant question just then, there's been a set of principles adopted for the 25-26 annual plan. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I've heard today, fresh off of the press. So in the spirit of growth pays for growth and paying a fair share, what can we do? Appreciate we can't do it through DCs, but what can we do to attribute the cost of both external and internal planning where the exacerbators of that cost lie? Using the right side of the brain probably, but how can we do that? What are some options?
Targeted rate.
Councillor Sculler.
Thank you. So just in terms of identification by smart growth that this planning or this pre-planning should take place, feasibility, it's land that's in Western Bay. Are they sharing the cost?
So the idea with these sort of areas, if you look at what's happened in the past, Kenan Road, Tauranga West, is that they will most likely become part of the city, and therefore the planning exercise, they'll be connecting to TCC infrastructure, and so over time they will sort of transfer. Those discussions still need to be had more fully with the Western Bay Council, so those are things that need to happen over the next sort of 3-6 months. But no, Western Bay are not looking to fund these particular exercises. They would be, and have noted that they are interested in looking at broader wastewater solutions for the Eastern Corridor, so we would expect contribution there. And they are funding their own their own growth projects at Omokara, or their work into the Eastern Town and their Tupuki spatial planning.
Supplementary. So I guess I can put my own. So the report talks about smart growth being instigating this, but all the costs are borne by TCC. So to me, that's not, you know, smart growth, like other people that don't have to pay, have a really good ability to say, yep, this should happen, absolutely like that, yep, I'll have that swimming pool, but not if I have to give up my playground. So to me, I find it hard where smart growth is we need to do this because smart growth said we should, but we wear all the costs. So that's my first point. The second point, to me, I know we need to do planning in advance, but when we went up there and 86 different properties, and we've seen Redwood Lane, 9 properties and the issues that's caused. We've heard about normally paying 90 million a kilometre for roading. I mightn't get that right, but Tauranga West is 410 or something, and we know we have to build a new road up to Keenan Road. This isn't Tauranga land anyway, and when you fly over Tauranga and Western Bay, I sort of think, do we just trust that smart growth, this is the only option we've got, or do we actually go back a step and say, that's a flippin' unfeasible place to be expanding. It's only 300 hectares, it needs a whole new road there and back. It's 86 people that we have to talk to. It's hilly, it's hard to get to. To me, I think we need to take a step back and say, let's make sure we are able to prove that this is likely to be feasible before we spend unbudgeted 980,000, when we're not looking at the whole plan, whole budget, and I'm not sure how much traffic safety or congestion that we're giving up so that we can do this.
There's a lot in there, but obviously the large scale highway improvements that are planned in Tauranga are premised on significant growth happening out there. We have looked through smart growth, and we're obviously a partner in smart growth, at all of our growth options multiple times. There is nowhere easy to grow in the city, and I think you see that through the challenges that we face, even with projects that are well advanced like Tauranga West or Te Tumu. Nowhere is cheap to grow. And I guess the first stage of this work is about identifying and doing a deeper dive. Sure, it costs a little bit of money to do it, but to understand whether the project is feasible before we move on to the second and the third step, and before we start investing big money in infrastructure. So I think the way sort of smart growth works is it's a sub-regional collaboration to set a strategy, but implementation naturally needs to fall to your implementation partners. So it is a council's responsibility to structure, plan and rezone the land. That can't be done by smart growth. So there's, I guess, that natural kind of the way of divvying up the various components of growth.
And I'd be happy if we also divvied up the costs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think just to touch on Andy's point, like smart growth is a partnership of all these councils, and all that work has been done. Where are the opportunities in the city, and what can we do? Like ultimately it's up to the individual parties. Like we're not going to contribute to Tauranga if that happens. We're part of smart growth, and that's an option, but that's up to Western Bay to do. So, yes, this land is in Western Bay, and we've got to work with them. But, my gut feeling is that it's just uneconomic for them to develop because they don't have any infrastructure to tap into. That's obviously something we've got to talk to them about. But ultimately, we met a couple of months ago, and we were saying, Tauranga City have not done enough to open up land, and now again we've got a decision coming up to us saying, are we prepared to go and see if we can open up more land? And we're saying, well, why do we want to do that? So I think we just have to be careful about what we're doing, because ultimately the two options we really have is this or Te Tumu, and we potentially need both of those, unless there's some more land that no one's ever thought about that we're suddenly going to find somewhere. That would just be my comments.
And I don't believe I'm saying I don't want to progress with growth, but I don't want to progress with growth where I'm not comfortable that however much we spend on the feasibility, to me, I can't envisage that can make a viable proposition in terms of where we grow. And I'm only learning. I've only been in the role 3 months, so I don't know that there's nowhere else in the Western Bay to develop. If I go up the Kaimais, there's flat land on either side of the road at some point. So I don't, and I'm not a specialist in this, but this to me is not saying don't progress. It's saying, actually, we've got congestion to fix, we've got other things to do, we haven't progressed to Tumu very fast. Are we sensible to open up a brand new thing with this that is, to me, doesn't look as though it's a viable proposition? So I'm just being a little bit conservative. I'm not saying I don't want growth, but I'm also saying I need a bit more rigour in what I'm presented as to how that can possibly be a good idea.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. I think I'm sharing similar sentiments to you, Jen, and what keeps coming to my mind while growth is necessary is that, was it Jeff Cooper? Was it Cooper, yeah. Jeff? Yeah. You know, he's like, we generally, councils or people just suck at making growth sexy, and are we investing our energy in the right place by continuing to prioritise sprawl? Like, I know we've enabled growth through plan changes, but would our time be better spent making growth upward sexy rather than experimenting with sprawl, if that kind of makes sense? I'm just wondering, it doesn't feel like we're making it as sexy as we can be. Yeah. I've just also wanted to use that word a lot in council chambers.
You're doing well. I guess one thing is with industrial development and Upper Belgrade's largely about industrial development is you can't really build multi-storey industrial development. You can't go upwards. It needs large tracts of relatively flat land. And so through the industrial land study work under smart growth, this was identified as by far and away the best opportunity for large-scale future industrial land, and it will be very well connected to that future transport infrastructure and to those Waikato and Auckland markets. So it's a very attractive location, so it's got a very high chance of succeeding from that perspective. So it's not, the residential is a component of the project, but not all of it. Obviously we want to do as much as we possibly can to make intensification successful, because it will mean that we need to grow outwards less. But from, I guess, our perspective, a lot of, and I'm not saying all our work is done, but a lot of our work is done as council. We have rezoned so much intensification potential across our city, and there is infrastructure in the ground for much of that to be developed. It's really up to the private market to pick that up, and we've only got very limited levers to make that happen.
Sorry, supplementary question, similar to probably semi-respond to your point, Mahi, is we've got a whole bunch of untapped Māori land that currently sits within our zone. Many of those land blocks are chomping at the bit for a reasonable partnership with council. Why do we keep looking beyond those communities when there's opportunity to build hundreds of homes across the city and alleviate pressure on the current market by putting a lot of our whānau in those homes? Because there's a lot of, you look at Kaitimako, one of the blocks there, they're keen to put whānau in homes, but also social housing, other amenities and infrastructure, but they're just kind of needing this, this level of financial support to enable the growth. They're not even asking for extra money beyond the ability to enable those spaces to grow. But we keep kind of dancing around it and having consultation, which is choice, but they've been consulted on for years now, and Hangaro is a classic example of that. So, sorry, this is not even this Kaupapa, but we're trying to tackle growth in that way, and I'm like, well, let's put something to the table that really is robust in addressing some of those issues, because it serves multiple purposes for the people of Tauranga.
I think just on that, there are a number of things we are doing in that space. It's probably best not to take take up the time of this meeting, and we can bring that back through the Vision Committee and our quarterly reporting, if that's okay.
Yeah, Councillor Shaw.
Just one thing, I suppose we've heard today a few things about pipeline and about the importance of getting, having stuff ahead of us and how long these things take, and the challenges of not having got far enough down the pathway for, you know, for increasing housing supply or whatever. So, I mean, while I know we might be shouldering it, I think we wouldn't want to be looking back in a few years' time and say we had a big gap in our planning and our due diligence if it's caused a big hole in what we can do to provide houses in the future. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty important step to take and to keep taking.
My question is, are we moving to
Yeah,
debate?
sorry, have we got any more questions? Yeah.
Sorry.
Councillor.
No, happy to move.
Okay. Yep. All right, and Councillor Crowther will second.
No, don't.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll second. So we now have a motion in front of us. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleased with the response around targeted rate, because of course we've talked at length about the targeted rate on Papamoa East residents around Te Tumu infrastructure, Papamoa East interchange, funding that, and whether that presents a double standard. I think we've got the opportunity to either remove that double standard or do targeted rates all over the place. One place we could do a targeted rate is 1484 Cameron Road, just on the corner of Barks Corner there. There's a big building. We could do a targeted rate there. But we've talked a lot about partnership, and we're partners with the Western Bay, and we're holding each other closely. I mean, we used to be called Tauranga City, and they were called Tauranga County, but it was all Tauranga. So rather than embracing each other and partnering with each other, I think we should make it legal, get married, amalgamate.
Yeah.
I want to make a proposal to the Western Bay, get down on one knee, amalgamate, because these sorts of conversations, and I think Councillor Schooler's comments are really apt around other opportunities for growth outside of Tauranga, whether it be in Te Puke, whether it be this side of Katikati, anywhere in the Western Bay. We're all one big family, but we're paying for the growth planning for the sub-region. So let's make it legal, let's get married, and have lots of little kid towns. Right, that's enough. Yeah, lots of little subdivisions together.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. I think just reiterating, I think this is worthwhile to start this process. At least get to the feasibility stage so we can understand whether this is something that we should explore further or not. We need to continue that pipeline and make sure that we're going in a progress that we can try to solve this housing crisis. I think we all agree is a big issue. These things take time, and delaying it another year or so just means a year without solving the issue. So I'm supportive of funding this and getting it off the ground. Councillor Roseman.
I thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I do also agree. I do support this motion. We do have deficits around Tauranga, and as has been stated to us quite clearly since we arrived in this new job, Tauranga in the past has missed opportunities for central government funding because we didn't have enough plans in place to enact quickly enough to take advantage of central government funding. Unfortunately, when you run a large business, you do spend a large portion of your capex on future growth and developing opportunities for growth. And this is not quite the perfect example, but market development. And if we don't invest and abilities or opportunities to grow Tauranga, we're going to miss those opportunities. So I support this motion.
Councillor Correct.
Hey, it's interesting, Councillor Morris, referring to getting the exacerbator, is that what you use, to pay the bill here instead of, whoever else. But when you look deeper, I mean, the exacerbator is central government. You know, that's who we should be sending the bill, not to what number, Cameron Road?
1484.
Care of the beehive. Because ultimately it sets our immigration policy, which is driving growth. Natural population growth is so small, we're going into negatives. But central government knows the only way to our economic prosperity is to keep that immigration door open, because that adds to the GDP. I'm not talking about net GDP, unfortunately. We're talking about GDP, which keeps us in jobs. And so we've got no option, you know. And actually it's not economic prosperity that this immigration is delivering, it's economic survival, because without it we'd be screwed. So we've got to do this. We've got to accommodate the growth that the central government is basically dictating to us. You need to let it happen and accommodate it, because without it, as I said, I shouldn't use that technical term, but I did, and we've got no choice. So I do support it.
Councillor Scholar.
And I think we do have a choice. We can decide which are more feasible than others, and I think my feel is I'm not going to support it, and my feel is that we've got other opportunities that we should look at before we take what's been agreed before as the only option. I agree we need to look at growth, but this is not one that I think is feasible.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I share a number of the sentiments in a way. I guess if you ask the people of Tauranga, it'd be interesting what the official survey results would be on whether they want more growth. I suspect they would not, particularly if they're paying for it. But I do think this kind of stuff, you know, I'm thinking again, Councillor Baker had quoted or talked about Jeff Cooper's workshop that we had with him, and one thing he did say was we need to do a lot of planning up front as councils and put even more time and money into planning and maybe a little bit less, hopefully, into execution. And so I think this is heading down the track of doing that, and there's been plenty of good work done in the past. I think, you know, for me, probably it comes down to whatever I think about growth, whatever the government's policies are that are exacerbating the impacts on councils, it seems pretty clear that the current government is moving in a direction where we have to actually open up a lot of areas for growth. We have to do the work. And in a way, I just have to put my own personal preferences away on this and just say, given that, we probably have to invest in it proactively, or we're going to be in a much worse position financially. The one proviso I'd make is the smart growth strategy, delivering on that in line with our partners, I think is also important. But I do notice the strategy for the 10 to 30 year time frame, it hedged its bets a lot. It hedged its bets on Keenan Road, Upper Belt Road, and the Eastern Town Centre. And I would like to get clarity sooner rather than later in our long-term planning processes to know where we want to go with those three areas, and factor, of course, Te Tumu in, which I know is a bit out of our hands. So if we're going to be going to Upper Belt Road, you know, I question the viability of doing Keenan as well within that same time frame. If we are going to have an Eastern Centre, and if Western Bay Council are really going to pay for it, then I'd rather stand and applaud them and not worry about funding and financing Keenan Road. So that's my proviso, but I am assured by the team that there's some good strategic work in the feasibility here that can have wider Western Corridor impact. So I think, you know, happy to support it, but just would like to get the clarity sooner for our smart growth representatives maybe to take that to the next smart growth meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Schuller.
I'd like to thank Councillor Carrick for reminding me that I was maybe making my comments earlier
at the wrong time. But yeah, I support this. It'd be nice to think we could marry up with our friends in Western Bay. All of those things we don't have immediate control of. What we can do is pull the levers we can to keep looking for ways to meet the future demands of the city, and this is one of them, so I support it.
Thank you. I think as well, just being proactive with hopefully a invite coming for a regional deal that we are actually getting ahead and starting to deliver on some of the key outcomes of that. Is a good thing to be seen to be doing. So, in that, I'll put the motion to the council. We maybe get that up, but hopefully, councillors, you have that in front of you. And I ask all those in favour.
Aye.
Those opposed. So we've got Councillor Baker and Councillor Deputy Mayor Schooler opposed. We'll mark that division. That is motion is carried. Now I am. What we might do is just skip a couple of items. I'm just keen to get the city operations and housing done. We've got two parts of this. One in public session, and then a in confidential sessions. So we'll move on to this one, and we can deal with those other two if need be on Thursday if we run out of time. So this is 11.7 City Operations in Housing, Greg Steele and Anne Payne, with Barbara Dempsey to be presenting.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi. So I'd like to introduce Greg Steele. Greg is our Manager of City Operations, and Greg will shortly do a presentation for you, but just before that, just as a scene setter, 2.5 years ago, this was an idea. It was something we didn't have in the organisation. And it was based on looking for an opportunity. We weren't particularly happy with the service we were receiving, and it's no disrespect to anybody, but traditionally in a contract model, you drive with the lowest price, and sometimes the service you get represents that. So we were looking for a way to bring the passion, bring the ownership back in-house. So City Operation was born, I guess. I'm just trying to pick up on Councillor Morris's terms that he's using. On the 1st of July 2022, we had 12 staff, and they were working out of a container at the airport. And that happened because we lost a contractor to do our access ways, and we had to start now. So from then, we've taken a very considered approach to building a new council business. We've had many naysayers, and I guess what that does in the true Kiwi style is it gives you the determination to make sure it works. We took over many areas that were not well maintained, and Greg will give you some examples. Now we've got a couple depots, 110 staff, processes, procedures, everything you need in a building, in a business. So just one thing that Greg will touch on is culture. I think you can teach somebody how to use a mower or a weed eater or a chainsaw and how to do it safely, but the real passion for us was to make a difference, and the difference for us was about the culture. These people are our ambassadors, so the people that are out in the community, they're the people that have got City Operations, Tauranga City Council on their chest, and we wanted to make sure that we had the right culture, the right people out there doing a job that they could be proud of and that we could be proud of. And Greg and his team have done an excellent job instilling that pride, and as the team has grown, making sure that continues. So Greg will show you that in our mind, we've set up a successful business, and we're maintaining a really sound business structure, and there's lots and lots of opportunities to go forward. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. A little nervous, but pretty excited to share everything we've done.
See, really nervous. Push the button. Thanks, Wally. Yeah. We're clever enough to set up a business, but we're not really good at the buttons.
So who are we? We are 108 staff in the city ops and 2 staff that are working for the facilities management teams, 110 in total. We're currently performing the maintenance across Tauranga and Mount Maunganui and Papamoa for the gardens, the reserve mowing, playgrounds and structures, natural vegetation and walkways, and we're doing the facilities for TCC as well. We have a blue-collar workforce of really passionate people who have great pride in everything they do, and their work is providing positive outcomes for our city. So I've got a couple of slides here just in terms of what we're doing. We've got a Pegasus there on a tractor, so we're doing large-scale mowing. We've got people out with chainsaws and weed whacking, and repairing boardwalks and walkways and the like. Again, we do some infill planting out in the wet areas, natural vegetation areas. We're working on the dunes and maintaining that area. We've got some cool plant, and we've got some great people in there as well, celebrating some successes. A couple of stats. I got asked for some stats. We're mowing around about the equivalent of 23 hectares per day. We're our walkways maintenance team. If you all the tracks that they're doing, if you put that in one long line, they are maintaining tracks from Cape Reinga to Wellington. That's the sort of scale of what we're doing, and that's with it's about a 6-person team. We got CBD caretakers. We got two guys that are every morning picking up litter around the CBD and Mount Maunganui, and they're doing about 80 kilometres on our streets a week. Last year we removed 600 tonnes of pest plants and weeds from our gardens and natural veg areas. So I guess what sort of sets us apart is we started the transition process, and we couldn't just replicate what the contractors were doing and expect a different outcome, right? So we tried to summarise it into this is what our induction is for all of our staff. One of the key areas that we thought we could make a difference, we just hit the spec. The specifications are there. If the contractors met the specifications, the city would be looking great. But the way that the model worked was the less work they did, the more profit was the model. So what do we do about that? We prioritise our routine maintenance. We just go back to every site, month on month on month, and slowly make it better. And that's not the real sexy projects, if I can drop in the councillor's wording, but it's really important. And it's that focus is what sets us apart. There's efficiencies and there's scale, and we're really starting to recognise that now. The other parts are be awesome, and this is us trying to be industry leading, trying to do things that are a bit different, a bit better, look after our people, have our people share their experience. We've got some really cool people with different wide-ranging experience, and they're sharing them. We've got a 73-year-old mountain biker in our team. We've had some 18 and 19-year-old guys that are all working together and growing as a community themselves. And honesty and being reliable really comes into that. The last part there is taking ownership. And ownership, our staff are maintaining the areas they live. They're having barbecues with people that are, and they're proud to share their stories of what they're doing. And we're really embracing that ownership. And I've got some examples of that in the next coming slides. So this next slide, a little bit of a before and after. Mount Maunganui was really hard in the garden space to pick it up. It was not looking good for a number of reasons pre us. It was really hard for us to get into, so I've got a slide around the strategy that we put in place. On the left is not to the standard, on the right is what we're trying to maintain, and how we got to that has been a little bit of a journey, but if you go through Papamoa and Mount Maunganui, that's what we want to see. Next slide. This is an example around extending the life. So a sort of a value sort of thing. We're not trying to go, we need to replace this on the left. This needs to be a replacement project because we get more money out of replacement projects. Our guys went, no, we can water blast this. So that's not a brand new walkway, that's been water blasted. And we've got a workforce that has the gear and the time and the aptitude to go and do that and identify these areas. The next one, our 73-year-old mountain biker, he must have been a truck driver in a previous life because he just looks after everything just so beautifully. The picture on the left I wouldn't cook on, picture on the right I'd cook my family's dinner on that. And that's what we're talking, these people are proud. Now there's a great story and I won't go into too much detail, but because they are looking so clean, the public are now cleaning them better themselves afterwards. And we've got examples where they're high use barbecues, they come out and they'll give Bob a cup of tea and they'll clean it with him. I'll run through this is again just some examples of the structures and the type of work that we're doing, and the quality of that work and the outcome for our community. The next one is we've got a bit of a before and after. If you've been out to Mount Drury recently, we've just upgraded the walkway and it looks fantastic, and that's in collaboration with the Spaces and Places team, and a really great outcome again for our community, and it's getting a lot of foot traffic already. We've just done a whole lot of work out at McLaren Falls, and we've put a new walkway out there, as well as for the disc golf facilities out there as well. Next slide. Here's an example of some of the natural vegetation areas. Our real game plan here is we want everything to be self-sustaining, and the way we have to do that, we have to keep it maintained for 2 to 3 years to allow those plants to self-sustain it. So that's through infilling and that's through hard grind and labour. Next slide is the importance of our dunes, and we've got a New Zealand, one of the top dune systems in New Zealand, and we're actively trying to find really good ways to maintain it, and it's really important for us. And the last one there, our facilities team, who do everything from moving tables to repairing these sites and really upgrading and making sure everything's in a high standard. In terms of a real ethos for city operations, getting better every day. We are not perfect now, but tomorrow will be better, and the day after that we'll get even better. And through learning from our mistakes, putting your hand up, we're not, if any of you councillors or anyone sees any issues, bring it in, because we want to fix it. I talked a little about our Hort team and the struggle, so there's a little bit of colour and some percentages. That's over a year period. Yellow is not as good, and these are the audit results. The gardens, we couldn't get into spec, and we started trying to gold plate, and we tried to make every garden perfect, and we couldn't then get back to it to maintain. So we had to change the approach because we learnt and we got better, and we started just making it incrementally better because we were returning to that site all the time. And that's an example of the success, and it's now we've been able to do some suppression stuff. Our teams are on top of it in that space at the moment. And then the next slide. So you've got to measure your effectiveness. We've got a field mobile solution. Our staff are photo on, photo off. We're able to see their attendance time. We can give you a photo of when they've been there, what it was like before and after. And we're measuring the effectiveness, and we're trying to find trends and improve. Self-raising jobs. So we've had, last year we had 16,000 jobs, or 1,600 jobs raised by the community. Our staff out there have self-raised over 5,000 jobs themselves. So we want to identify, we don't want the community to complain, we want to be proactive. And our staff, we've got 108 field staff, 110 in total out there all the time identifying works that needs to be fixed. And if they can do it, they'll do it right then and there. We've implemented using the call centre and outbound call survey and getting the feedback from the community. And one example was where we're getting overgrown weed complaints. So we go in and do the work, spray the weeds, and then we call the customer back through the call service, and the feedback was, we don't know if they've been there, we don't think they have. I'm like, man, we're not closing the loop well enough. So now we send them an email, we've been there. It'll take a month before the weeds disappear, but we've been there, we've listened to you, and you've been heard, and we've actioned it. And through the effort and the hard work of these great people within our team, we've been able to increase compliments by 49% on the previous years for spaces and places. I won't read these out, but these are, we get these monthly, we read them out in our toolbox meetings. Our field staff, they hear it, and I'll give you a little second to have a read, but it's awesome, and it's a really great thing to have that from our community. One of our point of difference, we can be people. This is our community and our workforce. We've done 2 recruitment drives. The first one in 2023, we had 48 roles and over 300 applicants. Last year, for 44 roles, we had over 700 applicants. What we found, we went through all these interviews, and a real sense of community-minded people that love the outdoors and are looking for work-life balance. I've got ex-dairy farmers, we've got ex-accountants, we've got a bar manager, we've got an ex-chef. We've trained them and looked after them, and they are passionate, and that's the difference. So we've gone through a purpose journey in the last month or so, and where we've landed is City Ops is proudly delivering awesome outcomes, awesome community outcomes. Each of our teams have taken the time, and they each have their own purpose that they've come up with, that they've bought into, and you can see each team has their own flavour and mix into that. A little bit on training. We are a little mini training organisation. We've got 108 staff. If they leave us, they go into the workforce working probably for us as a council. So we've trained them to be awesome. We've gone through a really robust induction program, which obviously for health and safety reasons, but also because they're wearing our badge, and we've got to get some real key messaging about what the responsibilities are of that badge. And there's a whole lot, manual handling, first aid, all the grow safe, all the chainsaw, all of that's been done. But what we're really proud of is 34 staff last year achieved a certificate 4 in primary industry and operational skills. This was central government funded, so it was worth about 175k. It covered off a lot of the training that we were going to do anyway, so it was a win-win. And we've got another 32 that are going to complete it by December this year. There's 66 staff that have now, and some of them had, and some of them have never had a qualification. They now have a Cert 4. So leadership training, we do it really well in TCC, and I've been in the contracting industry, and it's kind of like the sports team where if you're good at your sport, you become captain, but you don't get any leadership training around it. We had 17 staff on our last transition internally promote or internally move within our City Ops organisation. All of our 4 people and supervisors have had a customised TCC leadership training. They know their colours. They are learning how to be leaders. These people are going to be great members of our community in the future. and we've got a few people doing a landscaping apprenticeship and some of the horticulture Cert 3s and some of that skill set that's really necessary for us to have. We celebrate our wins.
I don't know, ask Don,
Yeah,
ask the little lady.
Yeah. So, I did have to, yeah. I think in terms of creating a culture of standing up and owning your mistakes, you also have to celebrate some wins. And so we do 3 Toolbox Awards, and thank you, Mayor, for attending our last Toolbox. This is special. This is really, really cool for our people and our community to be able to touch and feel some superstars and be recognised for some of the work that they're doing. So, appropriately. And one of my last sort of things, this is a blue-collar workforce. We created this self-nomination form, which gets read out at every toolbox. We've now got 108 people at the toolbox. It takes about 5 minutes. These are their peers in a blue-collar workforce, recognising each other for the hard work that they're doing. And the value out of it is tremendous. And yeah, that's a little bit of a sign of our culture. Leading into the Say Hello campaign, this is us trying to promote within our team that what we're doing for the community is important. And so it's really easy for us to just say hello. We have to stop our machines anyway, but if we all smile and say hello, it's pretty hard to get a complaint after that. And it's something that the guys, they were like, oh, we do this anyway. That's awesome. But this is our culture, and hopefully the video is going to play. It'll give you a little bit of a feel to the flavour of City Ops, because we do things a little bit different. And this is our internal video for
the City
ourselves.
Ops Say Hello initiative.
Do you know what one of the most powerful words in the English language is?
Say hello is scientifically proven to make your day 10% more awesome.
A hello a day keeps the doctor away.
A smile, a nod, or a wave.
Hello.
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 Talofa.
Kia ora.
Namaste. G'day. Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello. Hello. How you going?
Kia ora.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So say hello. It's a simple gesture that helps spread positivity in our community.
Yeah. There's a few characters in the team. But this is our community, and this is them expressing themselves, and we're really proud of some of that work. Health and safety, super important, and it was something that it's the end of my presentation, but it's at the front of our mind. To go on a contractor side, it's different than the health and safety system that was set up in terms of contract management side of things. We had to have a really robust risk register. We had to create our own health and safety plan and incorporate all the guidelines of TCC. We helped create a risk management framework that all of the TCC employees go through now. Obviously a massive competency training framework that we've established. We've got auditing programs, we've got our leaders and self-audits going on every day. Health and safety reporting and incidents, and we're monitoring all of that and putting proactive actions in place. We've set up 2 depots, and all of them are health and safety compliant, and we've got audits, a regime around that as well. We also have created and rolled out a huge amount of SOPs as well for our workers.
Standing operating procedure.
Which is a standing operating procedure, sorry. But we want to be industry leading, and we need to be setting the example for all of their contractors. And if we don't, they tell us about it. So we've just submitted for the Totika external assessment and certification, which is a prerequisite for all external contractors that work for TCC. This will be an achievement of an ISO 45001, and so that should be done by the end of this year, which really just says what we've done and implemented is industry standard and industry leading. An example of where we want to be industry leading, we've implemented called a learning team. They implement learning teams instead of an ICAM investigation, which is always done after something serious has been happened. So someone gets really hurt, we start doing an investigation on it. Instead of waiting for someone to get hurt, we were a little bit worried about slopes and the work we were doing on slopes. So we created a proactive learning team and tested the methodology, and you can see the people there are our workforce. So it's their ideas, it's their risks, it's their management and their controls. And that's what we want to be setting the standard on. We don't want to wait for anyone to get hurt. Within City Ops, we have a standalone health and safety manager, and we also have our City Ops Health and Safety Committee. Again, it's a leadership opportunity for our staff, but it's their voice and it's them owning their own health and safety, which is really important. We've had to adapt the way we communicate with our staff, because the old SOP, which you just sign and don't read, is not how we operate. So we've adapted. We've got some SOP videos, and they're pretty classic. And it's about changing the way we approach some of that safety and doing it in a way that's going to be understood and taken from in 3 or 4 different ways. And so then what's next? Well, we move into the next phase of this officially at some point. But we've got other ideas around wildflowers. We've got a couple of beekeepers within the team, so we reckon we could do some honey. And there's opportunities to sell our services. We're looking at an auditing system from Auckland Council that's been really successful there, and looking at different ways to improve through technology. This is a video, but I didn't put it through for you. It's a robot spider mower. This is saving man and woman hours, and it is a really cost-effective way to, and it's one of those technologies that has been brought in and is working really, really well. So that's me presentation. The last slide's just a bit of a summary. And thank you again for the opportunity, and we're really proud to share it with you.
Thank you very much, Greg. It's awesome to have you here, and I know a number of the councillors have been out to your facilities, and I think we all agree that it's a great news story for the council of seeing an opportunity, jumping on that opportunity, and getting good value for money, because we're doing more for less, and obviously there's further opportunities there as well. It is great to see, and in the short time we've been here, the compliments of you and your team have been before we probably even knew who you were, just that there had been quite a change in how parks and roadsides and pathways were looking. So I think that's a win for you and your team, and I thank you very much for that. I'm just aware we do need to keep moving, but has anyone got any burning questions of Greg? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm interested in if you have feedback, or if there's a process for feedback around design of things. Like I've seen, I'll couple it with my other question I had, which was, there's a history of agrochemical use in Tauranga that's received strong pushback from the community. And so some of the designs of things have led to increases in agrochemical use. An example is on the road out here on Cameron Road, where I go along on the bus or walking along and people are just spraying the whatever out of the rain garden. So I understand all this is a trade-off, but I'm thinking you guys are now in a position where you're using a lot of agrochemicals, you're helping to have good-looking facilities, which is fantastic. But the flip side of that is, is there a process, I guess, around feeding back to the design of that infrastructure to ensure that we absolutely minimise agrochemicals. And you know, when I look at what we've done along this roading corridor, that's certainly not the case there, or in some other local facilities in my community.
Good team stuff here. I think it's twofold. It's right at the beginning, and what you highlight is correct. I mean, we've learnt a lot from Cameron Road when it comes to landscaping, where gardens should be, how they should be developed, and so we have got a process that we're working through with Nick's team, for example, where we look at that at the very early stage. So right at the early stage, at concept stage, the landscaping team and Greg's team are involved in that right up front. So that hopefully will allow us to minimise the concern that you've got, and also think a little bit more carefully about how many gardens do we want. I mean, we do want the city to look good, but then at what cost? So how many gardens do we need? Can we keep the look and feel of the place up there, but minimise and look for different options? So that's the pre-work. I don't know, Greg, if you want to comment about when it actually gets into your arena.
Yeah, I mean, because we can provide that feedback internally and work with the teams, there's a real benefit there. I think our main benefit is if we're doing our job, the team, so the Space and Places team and the asset owners, they don't have to worry that they've got a contract to manage and that they know things are getting looked after. They can start. They've got the time and capacity to start looking at things a little bit differently, and I think that'll provide. There's some changes that have been made that are going to really accelerate some of that stuff, which I think is really good for the city.
Is the overhead allocations for TCC, does that include the capital expenditure, so like all the depreciation on any buildings we're using, all that sort of stuff?
Yep, absolutely. So city operations, and we've had this debate about, you know, where we've actually put it on the piece of paper, the overheads, but Greg's team employs their own health and safety, employs their own HR, and is paying for the depots and the equipment and the plant that they bought. So all the interest and depreciation is going directly into that activity, plus a lot of the cost of the overheads, in the sense that we employ the staff directly. Not all, because of course we do, you know, take advantage of the contact centre and digital, etc., etc. So it's a bit of a, yeah.
Councillor appreciation and stuff is
I think we
included
should
above the line
probably
now.
suggest that at this time of a council meeting we always need someone as passionate as Greg coming in to keep us going, so thank you for that. And I do like beautifying Tauranga, but I think we do, as Barbara said, thank you for saying that, we do need to be careful we don't overdo gardens because they do take a lot of maintenance. Just in terms of the table provided, and it's what we needed, I would like to have seen the year before, because it's quite important to know when it was fully out of house, what it cost, and to me there should be a line at the bottom saying total cost, because I do believe if there are overheads, that being part of TCC creates some overheads that are allocated. I do believe that they should be part of the cost structure. So next time I think I would like to see that on the table, please.
Right, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for coming in, Greg. I hardly recognised you without your fluoro jacket. Disguised. You talked there a bit about health and safety, and Councillor Kurik and myself were having a bit of an observation of the guys weeding Cameron Road here the other day, and a couple of big trucks that were sort of keeping them off the road. Are you looking at maybe having a bit of an exercise on trying to keep the cost of that sort of stuff down, and whether you can do the thing safely but at a much less cost perhaps?
Yeah, let's start stepping into that next conversation, but 100% we think there's opportunities to reduce and do things a bit better, and the industry in that traffic management space is changing a little bit, that we're going to be able to take advantage of that.
Just comment on that too. We talk about road design, but potentially if the garden was sort of on the other side of the cycle track, you wouldn't have to worry about the road. So maybe for stage 2 we can rethink.
Absolutely.
Right, therefore I'll move that we receive the report City Operations and Housing. I've got a seconder, Councillor Schooler. Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Greg, Barbara. I know you're moving, but I want to say something to you because I've noticed the difference. And when I compare 10 years ago, where a lot of my time was literally into the weeds and out of the governance space because of performance issues, and I have to say that right now we're in the middle of the spring, no complaints. And the people of Papamoa are very quick to let me know when things are not right, and I have noticed a significant difference. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Marty. Thank you to the team. It's a real credit to your work. So thank you so much.
Is there any other comment or discussion? Therefore, I put to the council the motion that we receive the report City Operations and Housing. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Sorry, we are going to have to go back to 11.5 to make operative plan changes 34 and 35.
Happy to move the recommendations.
Happy to second.
Right.
Both in favour?
We'll just hear from Andy quickly, and then we'll.
I've disappeared past you, Andy.
Yeah, I can make it
Get
very
away
quick.
with that one.
Yeah, so we're at the final step of making the plan changes operative. It's for the extension of the character business to stay in a small adjoining area of existing lifestyle blocks. And so around about 6 weeks ago, you made the decisions to adopt the recommendations of the independent hearings panel. So that then kicked off the appeals period. No appeals have been received on either plan change, so now it is an administrative process essentially for you to make the decision to make the plan change fully operative, and if the resolutions are passed, then we will notify that do those as administrative tasks and the public notices, etc. There is just one small change to the resolution, a recommendation that is required in C, where it mentions 23 November, that needs to change to 25 November, so our administrative staff do not need to work on the weekend, which is not appropriate. That's all.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, so we've got Councillor Morris to move that, Councillor Kurat to second it. Have we got any discussion?
Oh, very briefly.
Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, very briefly. As someone who spends many hours reading the district plans of different cities, I know how important it is, and try to get those consents consistent with whatever the district plan is, or in our case, city plan. So much work goes into it. So this is the final stamp.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just a question, Andy. Is it unusual to have no submissions? Something like this?
There were many submissions,
appeals,
but it is not unusual to not have appeals. Often there are, but in this case there were limited submissions in the first place, so and many of those issues were able to be resolved.
So is that an indication of a job well done on the planning?
Yeah. Let's say so, yes.
Pat yourself on the back. Right, thank you. Therefore, I put the recommendations to council, which is receives the report to make operative plan changes 34 and 35, and then I won't read B and C, but we'll note we've just changed C to 25 November. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion is carried.
Can we just do the last one while Sarah? Yeah. Sarah.
Yeah. So we're now on to 11.6, which is the temporary alcohol-free areas updates for the summer period 24-25. I don't think we will need too much from Sarah. It's just basically a date change to what we've already approved, but.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. It's just a one-page paper in your agenda. As we mentioned, back into the 16th of September, dates can change with events and concerts. That has happened, so what we're seeking here is just a change in the closure of streets around Bay Park to accommodate that change.
Move.
Yep, okay. Yeah, so we've got Councillor Morris, Councillor Schooler, and so basically we're just we're gonna. No one wants to talk on it, no. So if we look at the resolution there, yeah, hopefully we've read it. I'm not going to read through it all because we're basically revoking our previous resolution, which around the dates, and we're confirming new dates. So all those in favour? Aye. Those against? That motion is carried. We have one final item to cover off today, as we are putting Memorial Park into Thursday. So we will adjourn the meeting after this item. The next item is going into publicly excluded session, and I call for a mover and seconder to go into publicly excluded. Councillor Schuler, Councillor Kurak, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? We are in publicly excluded, thank you. We'll just wait for the video stopped and started again.